Hello everyone, welcome to a class of Capcut semi-advanced tutorial for learning video editing. So if you're planning to learn video editing from the beginning, then you are in the right place because we'll cover in this class from the basic to advanced. This is a semi-advanced level class, so if you have any previous experience, then it might be helpful for you to understand this class properly. Let's take a look what you learned from this class. Introduction to workspace and the interface, importing your media in Capcut, trimming, splitting, and shortcut keys to use, color grading and using LUTs in your video, understanding the keyframing in Capcut, working with green screen and using the background blur in Capcut, making an Instagram reel in Capcut, making an Instagram story in Capcut, making a TikTok video, making a YouTube thumbnail for your video, making a YouTube video in Capcut, making a YouTube short, and lastly, I have shown you guys making a Facebook video. After completing this class, you will be able to learn advanced editing techniques, advanced effects, text and titles, advanced export settings, workflow optimization, and different kind of project examples. This is a project-based class, so during learning, you will have class project. So what you learn, you will be able to participate in class project so you can do practice while you are learning. You'll have supporting resource in this class, so it will be easier for you to learn. During learning, if you face any issue or if you have any question, then feel free to ask me. I'm always there for you to help you. So let's start learning Capcut for video editing together. Hello everyone and welcome you all to the first chapter of Capcut semi-advanced tutorial. So now, as this is the chapter number 1, here I'll be giving you guys an introduction to workspace and the interface of Capcut over here. Okay, so we'll cover some of the basic things right over here as well as some of the advanced parts. Okay, so as this is a semi-advanced tutorial, so let's not waste time and let's get started. So here, first, I will be showing you guys that how you will be able to download a Capcut in your PC. Okay, so first off, you need to come into your Google and from there, you need to basically type download Capcut for PC. Okay, and the first thing which pops up over here, you are going to click onto that option. Okay, this Capcut page right over here, and if you want to download it basically from here, you guys can just click download for free, this particular icon. Otherwise, there is another way. If you come here, click on this download arrow, okay, and from here basically you guys can choose for what you want to download this. Like, do you want to download it for a mobile, okay, or do you want to download it for a window or a Mac? Okay, so if you want to download it for a window or a Mac, if you just click over here, you guys can see now this file is actually getting downloaded. Okay, so here they will be asking me where do I want to save this particular file. Okay, so for me, I do have already downloaded this thing right over here. Okay, so let's take this as this particular icon, and after downloading this one, what you need to do is you'll have this kind of installer file. And once you have downloaded that file, you guys can install or open that installer and it will automatically get downloaded in your system. Okay, so this is the way how you will be able to download Capcut. Okay, so yeah, I hope you guys have understood at least this part right over here. Okay, so now let's go to Capcut, which I have already downloaded. So what I'm going to do is I am going to come right over here. And over here, what I'm going to do is I am going to delete this one. Let's open the Capcut over here. Okay, so basically this is actually the home page of the Capcut. As you guys can see from here, basically you will be able to create up a new project in which you are going to work on. Okay, and underneath here you guys can see I do have this particular project options. Okay, so from here I will be able to see all the recent works which I have worked on. Okay, So from here you will be able to see all the recent works, and basically from here you guys can see this search button. Suppose you do have so many videos right over here, so the way you have named your video, it will just pop up or just come right over here accordingly. Okay, so from here you will be able to search your things out. And next comes this grid and list option. If I want to save this in a list option, here you guys can see it will be showing me kind of like that. Okay, and if I just set it in a grid mode, it will be showing my projects in a grid panel. Okay, and suppose you want to come here, and what you want to do is you want to delete this one, then you guys can just click on this particular three dot over here. You guys can click on this one, and suppose if you do want to rename it or duplicate a same file, or you want to delete it, you guys will have this particular option right over here. Okay, so this is from here also you guys can actually check out this trash if you do have any trash over here. Okay, so now after deleting, what you want to do is you want to restore that particular file. Suppose now if I come here, let's come to this option, let's just delete this particular part. Okay, and I will click on OK. So now I don't have any recent projects right over here. So where it have moved here in the trash option. Okay, so over here now, within 30 days, whatever content I do have here in my trash box, or you can call in the trash item option, what I can do is I can come here, select this one, and over here there is another option called restore. I can basically restore this file. Okay, so once I click on restore, now you guys can see I do have the same project over here in my recent panel as well. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to restore this one within 30 days. Okay, but once it's 30 days, it will be permanently deleted. And suppose if I come here and let's just delete this one again. Okay, so I will just click on OK, and from here let's go to trash option, and from here what I want to do is I want to select this, and if I do want to permanently delete this one, here you guys can see now this item will be deleted permanently and can't be restored. Okay, so once I delete it from here, okay, I won't be able to restore this particular thing from here anymore. So I will just delete this file over here, and now I don't have any option how I will be able to restore this thing out. Okay, so over here you guys can actually see the history, like if anyone have shared files with you or you have shared files with anyone. So from here you guys can actually check. Suppose you want to share some files, you guys can actually share your files from here, and over here you guys can also do the sorting. And if you want to invite your friends through different media, suppose if you do want to invite them through email, or if you do want to invite them through WhatsApp, Messenger, you guys can do it from here. Okay, so now again I will go to the home page, and here there is a small icon just underneath the new project, okay, which is auto reframing. Okay, so this is an AI feature added by Capcut recently, so you guys can actually use auto reframing options. So what it basically does is actually it reframes your video accordingly. Okay, so this is quite an interesting option right over here. And over on top, if you guys can see there, I do have the setting options. Okay, so under setting options here you guys can see a lot of things, and if you come here and if you click on settings, here you guys can see basically from here you guys will be able to choose that where do you want to save your files. Okay, so I will just come here, let's come to this part, let's go to desktop, and I want to save my file here in my resource file option. Okay, so I'll just select this particular folder, and all my work, whichever I do it in the Capcut, it will be saved over here directly. Okay, so you guys can see that will be saved over here. So this is the project settings. Okay, you guys can see the cache size, and if you come here and you guys can see now I do have different frame options, adjustment value, image duration. Okay, so a lot of thing is right over here. So basically if you do want to check on the frame rate, you guys can actually check on the frame rate from here. Okay, at what frame rate you want to work. Okay, so I will just take 30 FPS, and from here basically you guys will be able to check on the performance, okay, the encode settings, the interface rendering, okay, and the proxy location and stuff. And basically from here, the last option, if you are a native of different other language and if you are familiar with any other language rather than English, you guys can come here, and from here basically you guys will be able to put on all this type of languages over here. So few languages over here are available, so you guys can choose this one, and from here you guys can use that one as well. Okay, so right now I will just cancel this thing up, and yeah, here you will have your account details over here onto the left hand top corner. So let me create a new project and let me show you guys right over here how our workspace and the interface looks like. Okay, so now once I have clicked on new workspace, here you guys can see this is the workspace in which we are going to work on. Okay, so here you guys can see now I do have different layers. Okay, so we will be talking about this 8 options which I do have here. Okay, so these are most important once you are video editing in Capcut. Okay, so here this, if you are familiar with Filmora, which is a software by Wondershare. Okay, so the interface kind of looks like that. Okay, but not exactly the same. They do have some extra features which you guys will be able to use right over here. Okay, and one great thing about Capcut is that they do have actually a lot of free contents. Okay, so from here basically you will have a lot of presets, different set of filters, different set of audios, and also different set of videos as well. Okay, so this is actually the import panel. Okay, under media, if you come here in the local, so from here, suppose if you just click onto this plus icon, you will be able to import your videos right from here. Okay, and I will be showing you guys in the next class about importing in detail, like different ways of how you can import your video right over here, how you can start working over here as well. Okay, so this is a particular panel from where you will have different kind of audios. You will be able to get different kind of audios as well. Okay, so let's try to understand about this panel first. Okay, so this is the import media. From here you will be able to import your media if you click onto this plus icon, and over here if you go and click on this AI generated, okay, you guys can actually generate a video over here. Okay, so you'll be able to generate a own video using the AI. You can just come here and you can just give up any description, and according to that the AI will basically create one video for yourself. Okay, and afterwards if you just come here onto the library option, here you guys can basically search for different kind of video if you wish to work over here. Okay, so you guys can just move up and down. So there are a lot of videos. Okay, so here if you want any video in the theme of Christmas and New Year, here you guys can see you do have all of these videos regarding Christmas and New Year over here. Okay, so as you guys can see, a lot of videos are over here, and suppose you want to have some video from here, like you want to search for some video, and here you do have a lot of options. Okay, so here if you just click on news, here they will be showing you different kind of videos regarding news. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have different video suggestions, and from here, suppose if I do want to download anything, what I need to do is here you guys can see a small download icon. I can just click onto that small download icon, and this particular file will get downloaded for me right over here. Okay, so this one has been downloaded, and once I've clicked on this video, here you guys can basically see I was able to see that particular thing in my panel. Okay, so now again if you come here onto this local, so here you guys can actually import all your videos, and let's come to the library. Okay, so from here different options of library. Okay, and here are different scenes. Okay, from where you guys will be able to take on different photos and videos for free. Okay, and lastly if I come here and if I just open up the brand assets, okay, So here you guys can see if you want to download this PNG and all. From here, basically, you guys will be able to download this kind of PNG and stuff over here as well. Okay, so these are brand logos which you can actually use in your work as well. Okay, so I'll just come right over here, and that was about the media panel. Okay, and from here, let me also tell you, so once I had created this new project, I did basically rename it. Okay, so if I do want to rename it, I don't have to do much. Okay, what I need to do right over here is on top, you guys can see it is already named as 0131. Okay, so I'll just come here and I can just name it as introduction class. Okay, so I will just name this as introduction class and just click outside, and here you guys can see under the details option, the name of this particular project has changed to introduction class. Okay, so this was about that. And afterwards, if you want to use different kind of audios in your video, you guys can individually come right over here. Okay, and actually get along with different kind of audios. Okay, so over here you guys can actually download all these tracks. Suppose I want this particular track over here. Okay, so I can just click on this download icon, and now what I'll do is I will just pause this thing. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to access all of these songs. Okay, you guys can see what all musics are trending over here. Okay, so you guys can come here and search for different kind of musics right over here. Okay, and suppose you do want to have some sound effects. Okay, you guys can come here, and over here you guys can actually search for different kind of sound effects. Okay, so basically you guys can search. If you want to search all, you guys can click all, and if you want to search for commercial uses, you guys can use this commercial uses as well. Okay, so I will just click on all again, and here you guys can see the sound effects. And here, if you do have any kind of audio, and if you do want to run a copyright check, okay, so that is quite an amazing option given by the Capcut. Okay, so from here, basically you will be able to run a copyright check. Okay, so if your audio is being a copyright or not, you guys can check it right from here. So after that, from here, suppose you do have a song. Okay, and from here, what you want to do is you have just extracted audio from video. Okay, so that audio particularly, you guys will be able to import right from here. Okay, and afterwards, from here, if you do want to link your TikTok account, from here you guys can actually link your TikTok account from here and enjoy all the features of this one. Okay, and after that, if you come right over here, and this one is lastly the brand music. Like if you want to set up any brand and all, suppose like you are using one set of music for quite a long time or for your videos. Okay, so in that case, you guys can actually select those musics and videos right over here. Okay, in the brand music, you will be able to add only musics, and here I have already showed you guys in the media option, you will be able to save photos and videos which you frequently use. Okay, so that was about that. And now if I just come here onto the text option, here you guys can see I do have different kind of text templates. Okay, so this is the default one. Okay, so here you guys can see you can just click here and add in track. Otherwise, what you can do is you guys can come here, drag it, and you guys can just put it here in your import media option. Okay, so different kind of presets right over here for adding text. Okay, different text animation, and also here you guys can see I do have a lot of presets right over here again. Okay, so different kind of presets over here, and you guys can also check what kind of text styles are in trending. Okay, so you guys can check that. And also under text, you do have different kind of effects. Okay, if you do want to put on different kind of effects over here, you guys can come here. And for title, you do have, if you're doing a vlog, okay, so if you are putting a lower third or caption, different kind of text options are over here as well. Okay, so we'll be learning about all of this later. once we import any video. And next comes the stickers. Okay, so there are different kind of stickers right over here, which you guys can basically use in your video. And from here, you will be able to generate different kind of stickers as well using the AI generation option. Okay, and from here, basically you do have different kind of options as well. And next comes the effects. Okay, so suppose if you do want to put on some effects in your video, so from here basically you do have different video effects, and also you do have different kind of body effects. Okay, suppose if you do want to give any kind of body effect kind like that, and if you want to see anything from here, okay, you guys can just put on your mouse on top of that effect, and over here you guys will be able to see all of those effects a glance. Okay, so you guys can actually have a glance of all of those effects. So that was about effects, and here now I do have the transition option. Okay, so transition is basically when you do have two or more videos, and in between that, if you are putting a smooth transition, like it's from one video it's going to the other. Okay, sometimes if there is a straight cut, it doesn't look that great. Okay, so here you guys can see how it will transit. Okay, so this is how it will basically transit. So you guys can check which one you guys will be able to use. And from here, you guys can just click onto this download icon and it will get downloaded accordingly. Okay. And after transitions, also I do have different option in transition. I do have the filters option. Okay. So once you are done, and now what you want to do over here is you want to put on different kind of filters in your video. Okay. So if you just place this one here, you guys can see here if you do have any face and stuff. Okay, in that case, you guys can use this crystal clear option. And over here, there are different kind of filters which you can use in your video. Okay, so you guys can use all of these filters from here. And if you do want to search more, you guys can actually search for it as well. Okay, and lastly, over here comes the custom adjustment panel. Okay, so this one is quite an amazing option. Suppose you do have added any video. Okay, so you do have added a video right over here, and you want to customize the whole video panel using this customize layer option. You just need to come here and put this custom layer here on top till the place where you want to put that effect, or you want to put that filter or any kind of effects. You guys can use this customize adjustment layer and put those things accordingly. Okay, so here if you do have any kind of LUTs, okay, you guys can actually get some LUTs from here. And there are basically two different presets which you guys can also use. So there are different options right over here. Okay, so yeah, I hope you guys have understood this panel. What is the work of this panel? What all options it will show? Okay, so all of this thing, what I need to do is I can just click once on them. Otherwise, I can just drag those things and bring it here in my timeline. Okay, so this is this media panel over here, and next comes the player option. Okay, so basically from here what will happen is, suppose you have actually imported a video. Okay, so here they will actually show you guys the preview, they will show you the starting time, and from here they will show you guys the ending time. Here is the play button. We'll be understanding about this one here in our next class. And over here next comes the details panel, okay, or the information panel. So from here you will be able to check the name of this class, and also you will be able to check the ratio, the resolution, and also the frame rate. And from here, if you want to modify anything, you guys can basically modify things out here as well. Okay, so here you guys can see now this is the toolbar. Okay, so from here you do have the selection tool, the split tool. If you want to select leftward, all of it, you guys can select it from here. Okay, and they also do have the shortcut keys. And over here I do have the timeline. This is the undo option, this is the redo option, and over here this is the split option over here. Okay, and if you want to delete everything on the left, you guys can do it using this. And here if you want to delete everything on the right, you can use that as well. And here this is the delete option, and this is one of the feature using which you will be able to record here quite nicely. Okay, so here is the main track magnet. Okay, so if you delete any part, it will just get stick with the other. And here you do have auto snapping on. And if you want to turn off linkage, you guys can turn off the linkage over here. Okay, and here I do have, if you do want to turn on preview access, and if you want to zoom to fit in the timeline, as I don't have any video right now, then I can't use all of this option. And using this one, basically you guys will be able to zoom in and zoom out on the timeline here itself. Okay, so this was about this particular class. Okay, and here if we come around here onto the top option, so this is basically the default layout. Okay, so this is different kind of workspace. Suppose from here, what I want to do is I want to first work with the player. Okay, so I want to view this player right over here. You guys can see how it actually looks. Okay, so now I can basically move this thing up and just place it wherever I do want. Okay, so I can just place it right over here, and again it's back to its normal. Okay, so here it's back again its default layout. And from here, if I want to take out the timeline, so here you guys can see now if I do want to move out the timeline, you guys can see I am able to move out the timeline. And again from here it will just go to default layout. Okay, and here you do have different kind of shortcuts, so we'll be talking about shortcuts in another class. Okay, so which will actually help you to work in this Capcut application. Okay, so shortcuts are quite important and it is quite time efficient. Okay, it actually saves a lot of time when you're working over here. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of Capcut semi-advanced tutorial. So now we are on our chapter 2, and here I'll be showing you guys by importing your media in Capcut. Okay, so how you're going to start importing your media and how you can actually trim it down and stuff. We'll be learning about all of that here in detail. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the Capcut. So now from here, let's click on new project and it should create me a new project right over here. Okay, and let's just fix this name to importing media. Okay, so I will just name this one as importing media, and now just click on outside. So here in last class I have already told you that how you will be able to import your media through here. Okay, so now once I just click on this import media option, it will basically redirect me to my PC, from where I will just go to my resource file. So here you guys can see in my resource file, I do have a category of videos, images and audios. So from here, I will just go on to videos, and from here, suppose I want to add a video over here. Okay, so let's take this particular video and let's take this video as well. And what I can do is I can just click on open option, and basically here you guys can see both of these videos have been imported here in my media file. Okay, so under import option, if you do want to import more, you guys can come here, click on this import side from here. Okay, and if you want to, suppose I do have this video. Okay, so from here I want to save both of this video or want to store these videos into a file. In that case, I can right click over here into this panel, click on new folder, and here actually I can just change the name from here basically. Okay, so if I just come here, if I want to rename, I will come here and I'll just rename over here. Okay, so I will just type as imported media. And what I'll do is I will click on save, and this file has been saved over here. So now what I can do is, suppose I want to put on different medias over here. Okay, under this file, I can just drag and drop this one over here. Okay, so if I just go back, okay, so here I will just go to import option again. So by mistakenly I do have deleted, so I will just click on open. And here now just right click, click on new folder, and I will just come here, drop this one over here, and I will just drop this one over here as well. Right click, okay, and from here let's rename this one as imported media. So I will just name this one as imported media over here. Click on to the save option. Let me just delete the previous name and let's just click on save. So here now, once you're looking over here, you guys can see now I do have only one folder, but once I go inside that particular folder, here you guys can see inside that folder over here, actually I do have 2 videos. Okay, so if you want to go back again to the same option, here on top you guys can see this option, and over here you guys can come and select this imported media, and again we are back at the same place. Okay, so suppose you do have a lot of folders and suppose 200-300 videos into your project panel. So basically from here you guys will be able to select how you want it, the grid view or the list view, and from here you will be able to sort it down according to all of these options, like what time is created, if you want to sort it by name or you want to sort it by duration, you guys can do that from here as well. Okay, and if you want to sort it according to video, audio and images, so in that case you will be able to sort it from here as well. Okay, so now if I also do have some audios, okay, so I will be able to work on with the audios over here as well. So now let's try to understand how you will be able to import your video. Okay, so from here, as you guys can see now, once I do have clicked on this particular video, here you guys can see how this video basically looks like. Okay, so here you guys can see I am able to get a preview of this particular video right over here. Okay, and suppose I don't want 14 seconds. Okay, so from here basically I just want 10 seconds. So in that case, here you guys can see once I am trimming it down directly from my media panel, okay, you guys can see the starting point and the ending point, or the starting point over here will change in my player preview option. Okay, so here you guys can also see that you are actually previewing the video. Okay, so now if I come here and if I just trim it down a little bit, so let's trim it down to 4 seconds. Okay, so let's come here and yeah, this will be fine. And suppose after this one, what I can do is if I want to import this media, I can just click onto this plus icon, and here you guys can see now I do have this particular video which I do have trimmed. Okay, and how you will be able to understand that this particular video is basically trimmed. Okay, so the video which you do have imported, on top you will have this cut icon which will show. Okay, so from here you do have only downloaded the video or only till this much of the video over here. Okay, so now this video is of 9 seconds as you guys can see, and also here you do have different tools. This is the crop tool, this is the rotation. Okay, if you want to flip it, you guys can use that one. If you want to play this video in reverse, okay, so you guys can also do that from here as well. Okay, if you want to freeze any part, you guys can do the freezing option. And suppose from here also I have showed you guys how you can just click on this plus icon over here in the video option, and how you guys can actually get that video. And there is another way you guys can just drag and drop your video right over here into the same timeline, and here you guys can see now you are able to view this timeline over here as well. Okay, so now if you just move your particular playhead, here you guys can see the content over to that particular place will also show you quite like this. Okay, so over here if you just move this thing around, okay, you guys can see the preview of the video in this player media. Okay, and the total duration of this one is 14 seconds and 11 frames. So using this one you guys can play, and if you guys click on shift from your keyboard or the space bar from your keyboard, you will see that it will pause and play accordingly. Okay, so it will pause and play right over here. And this one is another option. If you just click over here, if you want to zoom in, you guys can basically zoom in over here. Okay, so now I'll just keep it according to the ratio, And basically from here, you guys can actually choose the screen size, okay, at what ratio. So now over here, as you guys can see now, right now I do have both of these videos, and if you want to play it, okay, you guys can actually play it from here, okay, as this first video don't have any audio to it, okay. So how you will actually understand there is any kind of audio or not, okay. So basically here, as you guys can see now, you are able to see that they do have the audio waves. Okay, so here they do have the audio waves, and basically what you can also do is you guys can come here and you guys can adjust those things over here as well, okay. So once you have selected that video, so basically from here you guys will be able to adjust or scale things properly if you want to give some blending mode and stuff. And if you want to put on some motion blur and all, you guys will be able to do it from here as well, okay. We'll be understanding about all of this here in our upcoming classes, okay. So basically in here in this timeline, if you want to actually make any kind of cover, okay, suppose you want to create any cover for it, okay, you guys can come here and select this particular video cover, okay. So I will just click on allow, okay, over here. And suppose over here you do have other covers, okay, like from here from the whole frame, you guys can actually choose which particular image you want as a cover. Suppose if I do want this one as cover, and if I want to come here and edit this image, I will be able to basically edit this image from here as well. If I do want to add some templates, a different kind of frame, text and all, you guys will be able to do the cover design from here as well, okay. So here you guys can see I already do have these templates, and over here if I do want to add any kind of text and stuff, you guys can see I do have the text and stuff option over here. So I will just cancel this thing from here, and I will just click on exit, and I'll just cancel it from here as well. I'll be showing you guys how you'll be able to design a cover over here in Capcut, okay. So this was about how you will be able to import your media. And once you have imported your media, if you do have these things here in your timeline already, here on top of your video, they will be showing you guys this small icon called added. Okay, so here you need to know that this one is being already added in your timeline. So once again, if I want to zoom this thing, or if I want to fit all this thing here in my whole timeline, I need to come here and I need to click on zoom to fit. And here, as you guys can see, so basically this will show you added, and here this small particular icon, okay, which is actually trimmed. So maybe I need to understand that this particular video is being basically trimmed, okay. So if I do want to increase the size from this particular end, I can actually do that from here, okay. So I will just snap this one quite like this, okay. So let me just snap it quite over here, and I will just place this thing quite like this, okay. So let's come here, let's take my playhead and let's put here into the first frame, and I can just play it along accordingly. So yeah, I hope you guys have understood this part, like how you will be able to import media. And from here also, if you come here onto the file, so from here also basically you guys will be able to import different kind of media, okay. So there are different ways, and if you just come here and if you click onto this icon as well, from here also you guys will be able to import media. And under media option as well, you guys can see you guys will be able to search your materials down. And suppose now let me just import a few audios as well, okay. Let's come here onto the desktop option, let's go to resource file, let's come to audios, and from here let's try to get some audios, okay. So here you guys can see I do have few audios. Let me just click on control and let's select these two, and let's click on open. And here you guys can see now I do have these audios which I can basically manually add over here, okay. So now as you guys can see, this particular video, they do have audio as well, okay. So suppose if I want to extract the audio, what I can do is I can just right click and I can come here and I can either deactivate the clip, Otherwise, I can just extract the audio. So I can actually extract the audio from here. And if you come down here, if you do want to replace this clip with any other clip, you guys can also do that. Okay, so for me, what I'm going to do is I am going to click on extract this one, and now I can individually work with this audio. Okay, so I'll be able to individually work with this audio. I can also select that how long I want to have this audio track. Okay, so if you do want to decrease the size, you guys can decrease the size over here. Otherwise, just select this particular audio, and what you can do is you can just click on to the delete icon and right click over here as well. And from here, I will also click on extract audio, select this audio individually, right click, and you guys can also delete it over here. And now I want to add this particular audio. What I'm going to do is I am going to drag and drop it just underneath over here. Okay, so I can just drag this particular audio, and let's click on this particular option. Let's just decrease the time. Okay, so let's come here, take this particular part, and what you can do is you can just drag this thing, and now here you guys can see I do have the audio over here accordingly. So now I will just again click on to this option to fit it here in the timeline. And now let's see a preview. I am going to play this thing up. So yeah, I hope you guys have understood how you will be able to different or how you'll be able to take your video individually and your audio individually and work on that. So now again, if you want to come here and if you just select all these things, okay, and if you just right click and if you just group this thing, you guys can click on Ctrl G and it will group accordingly. Okay, so if I just click here, now if I just move this whole frame, it will be moved together. Okay, so now again, if I do want to ungroup it, I can click on Ctrl Shift and G from our keyboard. Otherwise, I can just right click on the clip and I can just click on to this ungroup option. Okay, so now you guys will be able to move this thing individually as well. Okay, so this is how you will be able to work on right over here. And I hope you guys have understood this class on how you will be able to import media and use all of these things over here. Okay, so I hope to see you all in the next class where we'll be learning more about this Capcut. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone and welcome you all to another chapter of the Capcut semi-advanced tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 3 and here I'll be showing you guys about trimming, splitting and the shortcut keys to use in this particular application. Okay, so we'll be learning about all of this here in detail in this particular chapter. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So here, as you guys can see, now I am here in the workspace of the Capcut application. So from here, basically, let me just import few of the medias. Okay, so let's come here. Let's try to import few videos. So let's take this video and this video as well, and this one over here as well. And now let's open it up. Okay, so here I do have 3 videos. And let's also try to create a folder. Okay, so I will just name this folder as videos. So for that, let's select all these 3, and what I can do is I can just place it right over here and again select the import option, and at the same time I'm going to import different kind of audios over here as well. Okay, so let's go to these audios. Okay, so here as you guys can see, I have actually placed all these things down properly that I can work efficiently. So I will just import this media. Again, you guys can right click, click on new folder, and over here just select both of this, and what you can do is you can just import it over here, and I will just delete this one. Okay, so I will just delete this part and I am going to name this one over here. Okay, so let's name this one as video. Okay, so I'll just name this one as video and I'll save it, right click, and go to rename, and from here also I'll click on backspace and I will name this file as audios, and I will save it right over here. Okay. So before understanding about trimming and all, in last class I have already showed you. Suppose if you just click right over here in this particular screen, you will get to see a preview of your video right over here. Okay, and basically for trimming is if you want to trim this video right from the starting, and if you want to trim your video right from this side, and after that if you want to import it in your timeline, you guys will be able to do that. Okay, so let me just come over here. Let me just import all of this video over here. Okay, let's select this video as well. Let's place it right over here. And let's take this video and let's just place this video right over here as well. Okay, so now I will come here, select on zoom to fit the timeline. And here you guys can see now I do have these 3 particular videos over here. Okay, so suppose what you want to do is you want to come here and you want to actually decrease the duration. Okay, so from here, let's say I want to decrease the duration of this one. So in that case, what I'm going to do is I am going to select this particular video. So first I'll be showing you guys about trimming. So I will come here, and here once I am here at the starting of the video, you guys can see once this particular thing applies on my screen, I will come here and I'll just drag and drop this one quite like this. Okay, I can choose the frame. So I want from this frame to start, and here you guys can see the total duration of this video have changed. Okay, and if you do want to come here and suppose let's just trim this thing up quite like this. Okay, and if you want to trim this up quite over here as well, you guys can actually trim these videos accordingly. Okay, so if you want to trim these videos, you guys will be able to trim the video from here. Okay, and suppose once after trimming, what you want is you want to actually get back the remaining part of your video. Okay, so suppose I will come here and I can just regain back the position where it was before. Okay, so the main difference between trimming and splitting is here you do have excluded few of the parts of these videos. Okay, but those things are recoverable, like you will be able to recover this clip. Suppose I do have actually deleted this part or things like that. So in that case, now what I can do is I can come here and I can actually increase this one, and if you do want me to increase on this side as well, I can actually increase this side as well. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to do that. But here, once you split your screen, suppose I come here and this particular middle part, I want to actually delete this part till over here. Okay, so I want to delete both of this part. Okay, so now if I come here, so there are different ways of how you will be able to use that thing. So let me come here. Before that, let's go to the import page again. Okay, so let's come here. And if you want me to just go back to all pages, let's come here in this audio option. Let's just place this audio right underneath. Okay, so I'm just using the drag and drop method. So let's come here, and suppose if you want to give up a cut, okay, so you guys can basically trim your audio, but if you want to cut your audio, you won't be able to recover the deleted or the cut part. Okay, so now again, let's just fit to zoom in the timeline. Let's come here. Let's just select this one. And here you guys can see once I'm coming in the same position as the video, here there is a snapping option. Okay, so here you guys can see it's just snapping into the line exactly. This one is because I do have this option on. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have this option on over here. Okay, which is auto snapping. So I can just turn it off by just clicking it. Okay, but I used to prefer being this one over here. Okay, and again, what I can do is I can just click on zoom to fit, and it will just basically fit here into my whole timeline. So suppose from here I want to cut a particular part using split. So let's select over here, and from here I want to cut till this part. Okay, so let me just select my playhead properly, and I can just check these things right out over here. Let's place it, and there are different ways. So the first way is if you just click on to the split option right over here. Okay, so if you just click on split here, you guys can see that I do have splitted my video right over here. Okay, so if I want to split it over here as well, what I can do is I can come here, and if I just come to this option from here, I can just go to this select option, right click, and here you guys can see I do have the option called split. I can select the split option, and whenever I'm coming to this particular playhead part, here you guys can see there is a small snap towards the playhead. Okay, so if I want to cut here, I can just click once, and here you guys can see I do have cut this particular part right over here. Okay, again I will come here, and what I'm going to do is I am going to take my selection tool. Okay, and after that, let's just move this playhead all along, and let's select this part, and if I just click on backspace, it will be deleted. Otherwise, I can use the delete key from my keyboard as well. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have deleted that particular part. And suppose what you want to do is you want to actually use the shortcut key from your keyboard, which is just keep your playhead right over here. And if you just click on Ctrl B, here you guys can see you guys will be able to split this thing up. Okay, so here now if I just move this, here you guys can see I do have a small split over here. But here if I come here and let's click on Ctrl Shift and B. Okay, so here once I have clicked on Ctrl Shift and B, you guys will be able to see that over here I have actually cut the video and also the audio at the same time in one click. Okay, so it doesn't matter that how many layers you have over here. Okay, if you want to cut all the layers through, okay, in that case you guys can just click on Ctrl Shift and B from your keyboard. It will just cut your from the playhead wherever you do have your playhead throughout. Okay, it doesn't matter how many layers you do have over there. Okay, so I will just come here at this particular part, and over here also I am going to click on Ctrl B. Okay, so here now I will just come to this position, and from here now if I just come here and if I just click on split, okay, I can come here and I can just do a basic split as well. Select this one, click on backspace from our keyboard. Okay, so here you guys can see this changes right over here. Okay, so if you just play this one or if you just move this thing along, you guys can see how it actually works. Okay, so this is the playhead. This is the main thing which will actually help you to move this side and that side. And here you guys can see there are two other options. Okay, so from here what you want to do is if you come here and keep your playhead suppose right over here. Okay, so let's come here, let's keep my playhead down here, let's just place this one accordingly. Okay, so now let's just move this playhead, and what I want is whatever content do I have over here, what I want to do is I want to delete all of it. Okay, so if I just come here, let's just delete this audio, and over here onto the right hand side whatever content do I have, I want to delete at once. Instead of coming here and selecting all of these layers and deleting it, I want to delete it from here itself. Okay, so in that case what I need to do is I need to come here and click on W from my keyboard. Otherwise I can just click on this option called delete right. Okay, and here you guys can see I will be able to delete right from here. Okay, suppose if I come here and if I just delete everything on the right hand side, here you guys can see I do have deleted the right hand side option. Again here you guys can see I do have deleted the right hand side option here as well. So the same way if I come here and if I just click on this delete right option, here you guys can see now I won't be able to delete this part. The same way if I come here and let's say if I just select the select option, and from here let's move this playhead, and now over here what I want to do is I want to delete on the left. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have deleted the content which was there on the left hand side. Okay, if you do want to go back, click on Ctrl Z from your keyboard and you will be able to go back over here accordingly. Okay, so this was about that. And if you want me to play this thing up, let's just so yeah, that was the video which I do have cut. I have showed you about the cut and the split option. Okay, so the places where I had basically splitted and I have deleted that part, now I would be able to recover it using this split option. But using trimming, if you have trimmed any part, now you will be able to recover this particular part from here as well. Okay, so here you guys can see you will be able to recover things from here. Okay, so now come here, place this thing quite like this. And yeah, this one looks good. So now let's try to understand different type of shortcut keys. Okay, so already I have showed you guys few of the shortcut keys over here. So using Ctrl B, you will be able to go to split screen. Suppose if you want to click on Ctrl B and if you want to do some splitting, you guys will be able to split things accordingly. And if you click on Ctrl Shift and B, you will be able to cut through, or you will be able to split multiple layers at the same time. Okay, so this was about that. And now let's go to the shortcut option. Here you guys can see this is for split. And if you want to select mode, okay, you guys can click on A. And here you guys can see these are different shortcut modes. Okay, so here this is the in point and the out point if you want to show the panel. So I will be showing you guys basically the most useful one which we normally use. So the first thing we use is the split one, which is Ctrl B and Ctrl Shift B. I have already told you. And if you want to get it to the split mode, you guys can just click B from your keyboard and it will redirect you to that particular page. Basically, if you want to modify these particular keys, suppose I want to select mode using S. Okay, so if I just click on S, here it will show me a page where it shows that shortcuts conflict, like a shortcut already belongs to timeline. Okay, do I want to override? If I override, then actually it will change. And I will just cancel this thing for now. So basically you guys can actually change all these keys according to yourself. Okay. And in last class, I have showed you guys how you can group and ungroup. So basically the shortcut key for grouping and ungrouping is Ctrl plus G. And if you want to ungroup, it's Ctrl Shift and G. Okay, so if you have selected a group, and after that, if you click on Ctrl plus Shift plus G from your keyboard, it will be ungrouped accordingly. Okay, so that was about that. And to zoom in, it's Ctrl plus from our keyboard. And if you want to zoom out, it's Ctrl minus. Okay, and if you want to do the auto snapping, which I have already activated from here, as you guys can see. So if you want to activate it like from your keyboard, you guys can just click on N from your keyboard and you can turn it on and off accordingly. Okay, so now let's come down. Okay, so if you want to move up and down, you guys can use your scroll button. And if you want to go left and right, you guys can click on Alt, then you can use the scroll button over here. Okay, so if you want to extract audio, okay, which I have showed you how you can extract audio by right clicking, there is a shortcut key for that as well, which is Ctrl plus Shift plus S from your keyboard. Okay, so that was about that. And now if I just come here down here, if you want to zoom to fit in the timeline, here you guys can also use Shift plus Z, which is this particular option over here. Okay, so you do have all the shortcut options. Let's go with player. If you want to play and pause from your keyboard, you guys can use the space button from your keyboard. And if you want to exit full screen, suppose you do have already turned this thing into a full screen. Okay, so in that case, now what you can do is you can just click on Ctrl plus Shift plus F from your keyboard. And over here, if you want to zoom into the player itself, okay, here as I already do have this player tab. Okay, if I want to zoom into the player tab, what I can do is I can click on Alt, Shift and plus. Okay, so make sure that you click on Shift as well. Okay, and if you click on plus, it will just choose this accordingly. Okay, and same way, just Alt, Shift and minus for zooming out. Let's see some of the basics. Okay, so if you guys have familiar with any other software, okay, like whether it be any Microsoft Word or Photoshop, Illustrator, anything as such, you guys will be familiar with all of these shortcuts already. Like for copy, it's Control C, for cut, it's Control X, and to paste anything, it's Control V. But here you can also delete it using backspace from your keyboard, okay, which is quite new over here. And suppose you want to create a new project, in that case you guys can click on Control N from your keyboard. And if you want to actually get a full screen, you guys can click on Control F. And if you want to exit that, just you can select the escape button. Okay, and suppose once you're done working, and now I will export it. Okay, so from here you guys can just click on Control E from your keyboard. Okay, so I am using the shortcut 1, okay, from here. And now if you go to others, and here if you want to see all of these options, you guys can use all of this as well. Like if you want to split captions, you guys can click on enter. If you want to caption line wrap, it's Control Enter. And if you want to resize the text box from the center, you guys can click on Alt and the mouse accordingly. Okay, so these were all the shortcuts over here. And yeah, I hope you guys have understood this class on the shortcut keys. What is the difference between trimming and splitting, how it's helpful. Okay, so let me just come here and let me click on Control E from my keyboard. And over here you guys can see, using that shortcut key, now I am able to get this particular thing right over here, like which is this particular video. I can basically choose where I want to save this file, and I can also choose the title of the video. Okay, so let me just save this video as split and trim. Okay, so I will just save this one as split and trim. I can see where do I want to save this file. Let's go to downloads. From here, let's go to this resource file, and over here I can actually select this particular folder, and this one will get downloaded. Okay, so I'll also show you how to edit a cover, or you can also call it as the thumbnail. Okay, so I will just click on export, and it should get export nicely. Okay, so I will just cancel this one. And after exporting, if you want to share it to your YouTube account and or your TikTok account, you guys can do it from here as well. So I will just cancel this part from here. So I hope to see you all in the next class, where we'll be learning more about this Capcut. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of Capcut semi-advanced tutorial. Now this is chapter number 4, where I'll be showing you guys about color grading and using LUTs in your video. Okay, so once we move forward into our projects, where I'll be showing you how you can actually make an Instagram reel, how you'll be able to make an Instagram video and stuff. In that case, this all are quite important. Okay, so here I'll be showing you guys color grading and how you can actually customize LUTs once you downloaded that one. So we'll be learning about all of it here in this particular chapter. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So here, as you guys can see, now I'm in the same workspace in which we worked on in our last class. So I'll come here and maybe I'll just change the name. I will just rename this page as color grading. Okay, so I will just name this one as color grading, and I'll just save it right over here. Okay, so the thing which we are going to see is color grading first, and after that I'll be telling you guys about the LUTs right over here. Okay, so let's try to understand. So here, as you guys already know, I do have this particular videos, and I also do have the audios right over here. Okay, so if you guys just look how this video looks right now. Okay, if you come here, this is how it actually looks, and if you come here, okay, this is how this video looks. Okay, So over here, first thing what I'm going to do is I am going to come here and I am going to put on some color grading over here. I'll be showing you guys different ways of how to do that. And suppose what I'm going to do now is once I've selected this particular clip, now here you guys can see I do have my properties panel. Okay, suppose if I do want to decrease the size quite like this, okay, you guys can adjust this workspace as well. Okay, and here onto the properties panel, I will come here and I will just go into this adjustment option. Okay, so basically from here only you guys will be able to do the color grading. Okay, so now I don't have any LUTs applied over here. Okay, so for that I will come down, and once you come down under the adjustment option, okay, you guys can see I do have different things. Okay, suppose if I want to increase the temperature, you guys can see how it actually looks. Okay, if I do want to increase the temperature a bit, and from here I will just decrease the hue a little bit, and basically if you want to increase or decrease the saturation, okay, in that case you guys will be able to increase or decrease the saturation as well. Okay, so here you guys can see the changes on my screen. That outside part, it will just glow up a little bit. Okay, so here I will increase the saturation as well. And again, under lightness, many times we do have to work over here. Okay, so if you want to decrease the brightness a little bit, I will just try to decrease the brightness a little bit to give this one cinematic view. Okay, so here I have decreased the brightness a little bit, and here you can also adjust the contrast. Okay, so maybe I will just increase the contrast a little bit over here, and over here everything you guys will be able to see right over here. Okay, like every changes you make, you will be able to see here in the player media. So if you do want to increase the highlight, okay, you guys can actually increase the highlight. If you want to decrease the shadows, you guys can decrease the shadows. And let's come down, and here also you do have these options where if you want to work more on with the whites, okay, you guys can just increase the whites. Let me come here, let me just increase the whites still here. And if you increase the blacks, you guys can see. So I will just come here and maybe I will just decrease the black a little bit, quite like this. Okay, so I will come here and you can also just go one by one. Let's select 5 over here. Instead of using this controller, you guys can also manually come here and you guys will be able to put on all your things right over here. Okay, so if I do want to increase the illumination, okay, so let's come here and you guys will be able to add some illumination over here. Let's keep this one at 5. And if you want to sharpen this particular frame, okay, you guys can come here under the effects option, and from here basically you guys will be able to sharpen this thing up. Okay, so if you sharpen this one totally, this is how it will look. And let's just decrease the sharpening option. Okay, let's come here, let's just decrease it to quite an extent. And now if you want to increase the clarity of the image, you guys can come here and increase the clarity of your frame over here as well. Okay, and if you just want to fade, okay, you guys can actually fade this layer. So let me come here and let me just decrease the fade. And if you want to apply the vignette option, okay, you guys can come here and you guys can apply the vignette option right over here. Okay, so this is how it's going to look. But let me just give this one some dark vignette over here. I will just keep this thing one at 30. So I'll just keep this thing at 30. And this was about color grading. Okay, so here I have color graded this particular part. So I just did the basic things over here. Okay, so from here basically if you do have any particular number which is being told to you, or you already do have set that one, okay, so in that case what you can do is you guys can come here and put all those numbers over here. In that case you don't have to manually adjust those numbers over here. Okay, so now once you are done, you guys can actually save this particular setting as a preset. Okay, so if you just click here, and here you guys can see you do have add this one as a preset. Okay, so I will just click on OK over here, and suppose the one which you have applied, let's come here and let's just see. Okay, so how it used to look before. So if I just click over here, this is how it used to look before, and now this is how it actually looks. Okay, so it gives you a nice cinematic view over here. And the same thing which I do have applied right over here, if I do want to apply the same thing to all these frames of video which I do have here, I can click on apply to all and it will be applied to all the clips. Okay, let's come here and let's just check this thing out. Okay, you guys can see here also I do have applied, and here also you guys can basically see I do have applied that thing over here as well. Okay, so now over here, once you have done here the basics one, okay, I have already showed you how it actually looks. I have applied it to all the frames. And if I come here in the HSL option, and from here basically you guys will be able to change this hue and saturation from here as well. Okay, so if you come here, change the saturation. If you want to increase the brightness, you guys will be able to do it from here as well. Okay, and basically from here you guys can see now I do have the color curve over here. Okay, you guys can come here and you guys can actually adjust the color curve over here as well. Okay, so if you want to come here, if you click on apply to all, it has been applied to all the clips. Okay, you guys can actually do some animation right over here as well. Okay, so this was about color grading. And now let me show you another way of how you will be able to do the color grading from here. Okay, so now what I'll do is I will come here, and if I just play this thing, let's see. So here you guys can see actually this thing is being played quite nicely over here. Okay, so here you guys can see it's just lagging a little bit over here. Okay, but once you download, you won't have that particular problem right over here. Okay, so this was about this, and now let's come here and let's show you guys another way how you will be able to do the color grading. Suppose from here there is a particular part only in which you want to adjust. Okay, so you guys can come here and you guys can just check for these presets. So here actually I do have different presets. Let me download all of these presets from here. Let's go to this adjustment option, and from here if I want to put this adjustment layer, I can drag and drop it right over here on top. Okay, so I can just skip this one right over here, and suppose only this part I want to adjust. So now I will keep it right over here, and again come here into this temperature option, and if you want to decrease the temperature, so let's come to this option, let's place it right over here. Let's just make it quite blue, and now I will just do the opposite of how I was doing. So I'll just increase the hue, let's decrease the saturation a bit, and what I'm going to do is I am going to come over here, and over here I am going to apply this vignette quite like this. Okay, so I will just try to apply it quite like this, and if you want me to increase the fade, okay, you guys can increase the fade over here as well. Okay, so here you guys will be able to see there is a smooth transition. Okay, so now if I just play, okay, so now at this particular part here you guys can see the difference between frames. Okay, so it will come over here, and over here it will just quite change like this. Okay, so again once it comes over here, okay, it will just come here, and from here it will just come to this part again. Okay, so this is how it will move on. And if I want to add this adjustment layer throughout this video, okay, I can come here and I can just place it right over here. So now if I just play it, okay, let's just play this thing right over here. Okay, so this is how it's going to look like. Okay, so for this video I do have actually applied this one. Okay, so I will just click right over here and play this thing, and this one is only being adjusted, or this particular adjustment layer is only being applied over here itself. Okay, so I did go or put in the whole place. So this is another way of how you will be able to make this color grading and stuff. Okay, so if you want to adjust this particular layer, let me just decrease the size of this adjustment layer, and let me just keep this one for a small part. Okay, so only for a few seconds you will have that particular effect. Okay, so here now if I just play this thing up, let's just play this thing, and only for this particular part again it will change. Okay, so this was about the adjustment layer, and now let's try to understand about the LUTs. Okay, so here you guys can see now, if I don't have any LUTs over here, I can just go to Google, and basically I can just search for free LUTs, and I will get a bunch of LUTs. So already I do have downloaded few of the LUTs. And before that, what you need to do is, suppose I want to put on some LUTs right over in this layer. Okay, so at this point you guys can see now I don't have any LUTs over here. So to import that one, I'll just click here onto the import option, and here you guys can see, if I just go to desktop, or let's go to downloads, so here I do have few LUTs which I can actually apply. Okay, so I will just click on Ctrl A to select all, and I will just click on open, and here you guys can see they are just importing my materials over here. Okay, so they're just loading all the LUTs which I actually have over here. Okay, so I'll be showing you guys that one in a different clip. Okay, so let's come here and let's wait for it to get imported first. Okay, so once this one is imported, here you guys can see I do have a lot of LUTs which I can actually use. Let's go to the media option, let's go to video, and from video, now what I'm going to do is I am going to import another video. So let's come here, and from here let's go to desktop, let's go to my resource file, and from here let's go to the video options, and from here let's check out this particular video, and let's just open it up. Okay, so I do have this particular video, and what I'm going to do now is I am going to come here and just place this video right over here as well. Okay, so I will just place this video, and right over here, if you want to put another audio, okay, you guys can come here and you guys can basically put other audios over here as well. Okay, so let's go to all, and from here, as I do have this audio, okay, so again I am going to select all of this audio all together, and I'm going to click on delete. Let's take this audio again, and now I will just click on add. So I will come here and I will just place this audio right over here again. Okay, so now I will just click on this option, zoom to fit the timeline. Come here, and what I can do is I won't cut, but I'll just trim this thing down. So I will just trim it right over here, and again I will just fit this to the timeline. So here you guys can see I do have this adjustment layer over here, and now if I just come to this particular footage, okay, as you guys can see, once I have come to this particular footage, let's go to this adjustment layer, let's take this adjustment panel, and from here if I just click on custom adjustment, so here from here, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to put out this adjustment option, and from here let's just increase the size over here. Okay, so for this particular video I do have this adjustment tool layer. Okay, so over here now what I'll do is, once I have uploaded all of these LUTs over here, now if I come here in this LUT option, okay, and if I just click over here, here you guys can see there are a lot of LUTs which you can actually use. You guys can actually see the differences over here as well. Okay, so basically you guys will be able to put on all of these LUTs. Let me take this neon one from here, and I can actually check out the strength from here as well. Okay, and there is another option. If you want to, suppose you already applied a LUT over here, okay, you have already applied a particular LUT over here, and you don't want that one, you want to the changes you made, you want to actually reset all of this. So directly you guys can come here and just click on the redo option, then it will actually go back to normal again. Okay, so after that, if I just come over here and I can actually change the strength. Okay, so if I want it in 50% strength, or do I want it in 75%, I can come here, I can adjust from here. Otherwise I can just basically put it from here as well. Okay, and if you do have any human and stuff over here, and this type of image where you do have some animals or some humans, in that case you can just turn it on to make skin tone more natural. Okay, so you guys can come here and you guys can make your skin tone more natural. So it's quite an amazing option. And after that, applying this LUT, what you can do is you guys can come down and basically change this temperature. Suppose you want to increase the temperature, you guys can actually increase the temperature from here. If you want to decrease the hue, you guys can decrease the hue. If you want to increase the saturation, you guys can do that. Actually work on with the brightness over here as well. Okay, so let's come here and let's try to check this one. Okay, so if I just decrease the contrast, I will just increase the highlight a little bit. Focus more on the blacks. Okay, so I want this to go black. Let's increase the whites a little bit. Okay, so I'll just increase my white a little bit. Let's come down and let's just sharpen this image. So now over here, as you guys have applied this thing, okay, so if you do want to increase the fade, okay, you guys can actually increase the fade maybe till 50%. Okay, so I'll just increase the fade over here. And one thing you guys need to understand, that you are not applying all of these effects over here into this particular clip. Okay, so you're applying all of that right over here into this adjustment panel. Okay, so if I just decrease this adjustment panel, okay, and here I will just show you guys how it is to look before and how it looks now. Okay, so there is quite a lot difference. Okay, so here you guys can see this is the difference between this adjustment layer and all right over here. Okay, so if you just come over here, let's place it. Okay, so let's place it over here, and what you can do is you can just come to this point and you can just play this total thing up. Okay, so if you come here and now if you just play it, okay, so let me just decrease this adjustment layer a little short over here and let me play it again. So here you guys can see now the changes over here was quite noticeable. Okay, so here you guys can see this is how it looked with the LUT layer, and this is how it looks without any effect. Okay, so anytime if you don't want the LUTs, you guys can come here, select this particular layer, and you guys can just turn off the LUTs. Okay, so you just turn off this LUT, and over here you just turn off the adjustment as well. If you don't want the LUTs and the adjustment, you guys can just turn it off anytime you want. Okay, and again if you just turn it on, it will just apply the way how it was before. Okay, so yeah, I hope you guys have understood this class on how you will be able to do color grading, and also how you guys will be able to work with the LUTs. Okay, how to actually do the color grading. Okay, and there is no particular thing that you need to do color grading in that way. Okay, there is no particular number. It totally depends on the type of picture you are working with, okay, or the type of frame or the video you're working on with. So I hope you guys have understood this class on how to actually work over here. So I hope to see you all in the next class, where we'll be learning more about this Capcut. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of Capcut Semi-Advanced Tutorial. So now this is the chapter number 5, where I'll be making you guys understand keyframing in Capcut. Okay, so how you will be able to use the keyframes to make your design or your video look quite good. Okay, we'll be learning about all of that here in this class. I'll be showing you also how you can actually use the slow-mo motion, okay, over here, how you're able to use the slow-mo and how you will cut your files as well. Okay, so let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the Capcut. So from here, I will try to create up a new project. Okay, so I will just come here, click on next, and over here, I will just click. Let's click on next again. Let's just click next. Okay, so they're just showing you guys a preview over here, and I'll just click on OK. So now what I'll do is I will just select all of it and I will just delete it from here. And let's go to my media, and from my media, let's select this and let's delete this one. And let's come here onto my import option. Okay, so I'll come here in the import option. Let's go to my desktop, and from here you guys can see I do have my resource files. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I am going to come over here, and let me just get this one in a large icon view. Okay, so over here let's go to videos, and here as you guys can see I do have different kind of videos. Okay, so now let's select from here. Okay, so let's come here and let's try to select that particular video. So I'll come here and I'll just open up this file. Okay, so I already did one. If you guys do want to see that, I will show you guys. So this is how I'm actually going to make. Let's go to desktop, and from desktop let's go to resource. Okay, so let's come here to the resource. Let's go to videos, and over here, like, I will just play this thing up. Okay, so here you guys can actually have this kind of Instagram reels. Okay, there also I have actually showed you guys keyframes, and here also you guys can see I do have the keyframes in which I have actually showed you guys about this option. So let's come here, and here you guys will also see a small animation. Okay, so here you guys can see the animation. I'll just close this thing down. Okay, so I will show you this one in Instagram reel. Okay, so I will first show you guys this one. Let's come here, let's just select this one and bring it over here in Capcut. Okay, so you guys can basically put this one here in Capcut as well. Okay, so let's come to import, and from import let's come here and let's just put that video. Okay, so where is that particular video which I do have selected? And if I just come here onto the desktop, let's go to the resource, and from here I will just go to the videos option again, and from here you guys can see this is the video. I'll just open it up. Let's select this one and let's just click on delete. Okay, so now I will just play this thing up, and before that one, here you guys can see I do have a small preview. Okay, so I'll just come here, drag this one and put it over here in this particular timeline. Okay, so here you guys can see the total length of the video is 1 minute 1 seconds and 6 frames, which I will decrease it by a lot. Okay, so I'll just come here, let's select this one and let's just place it right over here. And the total duration of the video now is 13 seconds and 6 frames. Okay, so maybe I will just put this one exactly to 15. Okay, so let's come here, let's take this one, and over here you guys can see if I just place this thing at the beginning, let's come here, and from here let's decrease it by 10%. Okay, so now this one is at 14 seconds. Okay, so let's come here, let's place it, and now I will just click onto this icon which is zoom to fit the timeline. So here I do have all my frames, and what I'm going to now is I am going to put up cuts. Okay, so I'm going to put up some cuts over here. So let's come here, you guys can come here and just select this, go to split. Otherwise you guys can also use Control B. Okay, so I will just put up a cut over here. Let's come to this point. Okay, so you guys can come to this point and give up a cut, and you can come here and you guys can also give up a cut. Okay, so you guys can come here, and what you can do is now select each part again using the selection tool. Okay, so I will come here, and what I can do is I will just select each and every part, and I can put different kind of filters. Okay, so let's come here, I can come to this option. Let's try to put on different filters. Okay, so here I will just download all of this. Okay, so let's try to download all of this from here. Okay, so now this is being downloaded. What I can do is I can just put it over here in this particular frame. And now let's select this one and let's put this one over here. Let's select this and put it right over here again. I'm not just checking, I'm just putting it over and I'm just placing it to show you guys. Okay, so now if I just play this thing up, okay, let's see how it actually looks. Okay, you guys can see the color changes over here. Okay, so now here you guys can see this looks a bit brighter. Okay, and let's come here, and here also you guys can see a bit of change. Okay, so now what I'll do is I will just come over here, and now I am going to take up a text box. Okay, so I will come here, I will click on default text box and I'll just click onto this plus sign. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to place it from here till here. Okay, so I will just place it quite over here, and I will just start a little bit late. Okay, so I want to start it here in this place. And now let's bring my playhead over here on top of my text that I can preview and work. So I'll come here, click on backspace, and I will just type Greenland. Okay, so I'll just type Greenland over here, and now I will just click on this font and I can just select the font whatever I want to choose. Okay, if you want me to take this one, okay, so let's take this, and now I can just increase the size. Okay, I can just increase the size of the text, and let's change the text color to black. Okay, so I can just change the text color to black, and I can just put this one right over here. Okay, so now as we are going to learn about keyframing, okay, so once I have selected this layer, what I can also do is select this particular same thing, click on Alt, and what you can do is you can just place it right over here. Okay, so you guys can just place it right over here. Otherwise, you guys can just copy this one, copy and come here and just paste the same thing. Okay, so I will just put this thing right over here. Okay, and now place the same thing over here in the same panel. So come here, and now after writing this one, once you are happy with your font size, okay, and the font color, each and everything, okay, you guys can come here, and here you do have an option over here. Okay, so now I will just come here onto the opacity option, and here this is basically called keyframes. Okay, so keyframes are basically used to do some small animation. Okay, so I will come here, and now what I'll do is I'll just bring my playhead, and here I will just see there is a snapping. So I'll just come here on the first frame, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to add up a keyframe, and I will just bring my opacity to 0. Okay, so now again I will just move it few frames further. So till this time, again what I'll do is I will come here and I will just increase my total opacity. Okay, here you guys can see now I do have 2 keyframes. Okay, so now the same way again I will just come right over here, and now I will just add a keyframe. Okay, and again when I just come at the ending, I will come here and I will just add another keyframe where it will just blend out. Okay, so now from here, if I just play this thing up, let's see how it appears. Okay, so it slowly appears and it will slowly disappear quite from here as well with the change of color. Let's click on my space button over here on my keyboard, and now again what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here. Okay, and I am going to choose some different things. Okay, so let's just bring it down, and what I can do is I can just give this thing or just change the text. So I'll just click on backspace and type a beautiful day. Okay, so I'll just type this thing down, and if you just want to go up on top, and from here if you do want to change the font size, okay, so now let's just decrease the font size from here. Okay, and now let's just place this thing here in the center. So now let's place it here in the center. So from here, what you can do is you can come here, take this particular text. If you want to change the color, okay, let's go to the color options. Let's try to see which one looks better. Okay, so you guys can come here and try to put on some colors. Okay, so let's put this one and let's place it quite over here. And what you can do is you guys can come down and use some keyframes. Okay, so now you guys will use keyframe to scale the size and all. Okay, so from here I will come, and what I can do is I will just click onto the position keyframe. Okay, so I will just keep on the position keyframe. Otherwise I can also go with the scaling option. Okay, so now right over here what I can do is I'll just use the position one. So over here I will add a keyframe here. Let's come to the starting. Okay, and over here let me add a keyframe. Okay, and what I'm going to do now is I am going to come over here down. Okay, so I will just be down over here, and now again what I'll do is I will just change the position. So let's come right here, and now let's just change the position of this box. So come here and just move it up quite like this. Okay, so just move it up, place it here in the center. Okay, so from down it will just come up right over here in this particular position. And again, once you come over here, what you can do is you can just come down, and here you guys can also use the opacity option. Okay, otherwise you guys can just go with a scaling option. Okay, so now I will just turn my keyframe on. Okay, so what I can do is now I will just go at last. Okay, and what I can do is I will just scale it down. Okay, so I will just scale it down to 1. And using this one, let's see how it actually looks right now. Okay, so let's play this. Okay, here you guys can see now I do have this particular text, and now over here again you guys can see my writing appears, and here it will just go back down. Okay, so this was the video editing right over here. And over here also, if you want to put on any kind of animation, okay, so you guys can actually put on different kind of animations which you also do have over here. Okay, suppose you want to put some adjustment layer and stuff. Okay, so you guys will be able to put on some adjustment layer and stuff as well. Okay, so now if you want to align these things, okay, if you want to increase the timing, okay, you guys can increase the timing and maybe just change the keyframes a little bit. Okay, so come here and just increase the size a little bit. Okay, place this one quite over here, just increase the timing. Okay, so now what I can do is I will come here, and now I will just put this thing here on top. So now let's play this one and let's see how it looks. Okay, so here it will appear so fast, and it will kind of become small and disappear over here. Okay, so you guys can actually use this keyframes to actually animate your video the way you want. Okay, so one thing left, which is audio, which I need to put it from here. Okay, so I can just come here into my Capcut and let's search for adventure. Okay, so I will just search adventure and I'll just click on enter. Okay, so once I am over here, you guys can actually check these things out. Okay, here it's getting downloaded. So now let's just listen this up. So here I will just check this first one as well. Okay, so let's take this one. Okay, so I will just come here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to click onto this add option. Okay, so I'll just take this add option, maybe trim a bit. Okay, so I'll just trim this one a bit first here. Okay, so let me just trim this thing down, place it over here, click on to zoom to fit timeline. Okay, and now I will just trim this thing down here as well. Now again click onto the same option. Okay, so now over here what I'm going to do is I'm going to fix this particular part. So here now my video is basically ready. Okay, and if you want to work with this particular audio, okay, you guys can come here and you guys can actually work with the audio. Okay, so if you want to put some fade in, okay, so you guys can see, you guys can just put a fade in of 1 second, and over here also you guys can put up a fade out for 1 second as well. Okay, so I'll click on 1 and enter, and now I will just normalize the loudness, and here I won't use any noise reducer, okay, or any noise reduction. So what I'm going to do is now I'm going to play this thing up. So yeah, I hope you guys have understood this one, how you will be able to actually make a video with keyframes. Okay, so now the last thing what is left is I want to export this thing. I'll come here and I'll just change the name to keyframes. Okay, so come here, click on shift and click on keyframes over here. Okay, and I want to export it to my downloads, or let's go to desktop, and from here let's go to the resource file, and I want to just select this particular folder, and now let's click on export. Okay, so I hope you guys have understood this class. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter where we'll be learning more about this. Okay, so here you guys can see this is being exported as well, so I'll just cancel this thing. And if you want to see it over here in my system, so I'll just come here, go to desktop, go to resource file, and let's go to Windows, or let's come right back over here. Let's just view it in a large icon. Okay, so here I do have the keyframes. Okay, and let's see. So that was all about today's class. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of Capcut Semi-Advanced Tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 6, where we'll be working with green screen and we'll be using the background blur in Capcut. Okay, so we'll be learning about all of this here in this particular chapter. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So here now I do have this home page, and now from here I will click on new project. Okay, so it will create me a new project right over here, and now I will just click on import, and from import I will go to my videos, and from here let's take this green screen, and over here what video do I want to put? That one I will put right over here. Okay, so where's the video? Let's try to check it right over here. Otherwise, let's go to desktop and let's go to resource, and I don't have video over here. Okay, so let's check this one again once. So over here I will take this one, and let's come down, and let's take this one over here as well, and let's open both of this video. Okay, so the first thing what I'm going to do is I am going to drop all these videos over here on top. Okay, so I will just bring this video right over here, and now what I'll do is I will just take this video up as well. Okay, so now come here, let me just put it over here, and let me place it right over here as well. So let's come to this green screen, and let's just trim this green screen down as well. And now I'll just zoom to fit here in the timeline. Okay, so the total duration of the video is 5 seconds. Okay, so now from here, as you guys can see, now I'll just come here onto this green screen, and what I can do is I'll just come here and go to the cut out option. Okay, so after importing here, you guys can see now I do have this cutout option, and from here what you're going to do is you are going to click on auto cutout, or you will come here and I will just cancel. Okay, so I'll just cancel this one, and I'll just apply none, and I'll just turn it off again. I will just select the chroma key over here. Okay, so now not this auto cut, I will create or click on the chroma key. Let's take this eyedropper tool from here and let's select this particular place. Okay, and once you click on this green screen here, you guys can see the color picker have already picked the color. And from here now you guys can change the strength. Okay, so you guys are able to select the strength of the video. If you want to put some shadows, I'll be showing you guys about that. Let's increase the strength of the video. And now here, if I just play this video, okay, here you guys can see this is how it actually looks. Okay, so here you guys can see this is how the video will look. And if you just come here and let's just increase it over here on this particular sides, as you guys can see now, if I just play it again, okay, so these borders over here are not looking that great. Okay, so here in borders you guys can see there are some lines. So I'll just come back here, and now what I can do is I will just increase the shadows over here as well. Okay, so now I'll just increase the strength and I'll just increase the shadows. And if I just click, now here you guys can see it looks quite better than the last time. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to increase this thing up. And suppose if you come right over here, okay, and now you guys will be able to decrease the screen size. Okay, so if you want to decrease it, you guys can come here and maybe just select this one again, and you guys can actually increase or decrease the size accordingly. So let's come here, let's put it over here. So now again I will come here, select this frame and adjust this one accordingly. Okay, so I'll just adjust this one, and let's now play this thing from the beginning itself. Let's come here, let's play it, and here you guys can see how it actually looks. Okay, so now this is the whole video, and over here if you want to have this audio extracted, you guys can right click and click onto this audio extraction option. Now you can just select it quite like this, and you can also click onto the delete button to just delete that layer. Okay, and again from audio, what I'll do is I'll just search for skating. Okay, so I will just search skating and I will click on enter. So I will just write skating. Okay, so I will just write T and I'll just cut the A over here and I'll just click on here, and let's see, I do have this musics which I can basically download. Let's download few of this from here. Okay, and let's check which one looks good. Okay, so I will come here and now let's just play it.
It's been a while since I've seen.
Okay, let's go.
Play this one as well, and let's take this one. Okay, so I will just pause this one, bring it right over here. So I'll just bring it right over here. Let's just trim it down from this side. Let's click on zoom to fit timeline, and now let's just decrease it from this end as well. Okay, again click on the zoom to fit timeline. So now here if I want to just place it here at the beginning, and now here I will just keep on the alignment, and here I will select 1 second. Okay, so let's select 1 second from here. Okay, so let's select 1, and over here also in the fade out option, let's select 1 from here. Okay, so I'll just select 1 and I'll just click on enter. So here now let's listen this thing up. Let's play it.
Okay, let's go.
So yeah, this is how you guys will be able to work with the green screen. Okay, so I will just save this file. Let's go to export and let's come here and let's just select a name as green screen. Okay, so I will just type green screen. Okay, so let's type screen over here, green screen. Let's just come to this one. Let's click on backspace. And now I will just add another E and let's place it over here, green screen video. Okay, so I'll just type video and I'll just export it over here. Let's go to desktop, and from here let's go to my resource file, and here I will select this folder, and I'll just click on export. Okay, so this one has been exported as well, and I'll just cancel this thing. I hope you guys have understood this class, and now I will just quit this file and I'll just go back to my home page. Okay, so here now I am here in the home page, and now let's try to see how you'll be able to work on with the background blur. Okay, so now let's click on create a new project. Okay, so I'll just come here and I will just go to import, and from here let's take this particular video. Okay, but this one was the one which I basically did, so I'll just take this video and I'll just open it up over here as well. Okay, so now in my import media I do have this video which is 15 seconds long. I'll place this video right over here and I will just stream this video down. Okay, so I'll just stream this video down a little bit. Okay, so let's come here, let's stream it to around 10 seconds. Okay, so I'll just stream it to 10 seconds. Okay, let's come here and let's go for exact 10 seconds. Okay, come here, and if you do want to increase, or if you want to put it quite over here, now this is exactly 10 seconds. Okay, so right click over here. If you want to copy this layer, you guys can come here, otherwise you guys can just click on to Control C from your keyboard as well, and now over here you guys can just paste the same thing up. Okay, so I'll just come here onto this top layer. Okay, and onto this top layer what I'm going to do is I am going to go to the cutout from the video option, and here last time we used the chroma key. Okay, so to show you guys the green screen, and here I will use the auto cutout. Okay, so I will just click here onto the auto cutout option, and here you guys will be able to see that I do have my background auto cut out. Okay, so over here you guys can see this one is processing. Okay, so it totally depends on the speed of your PC in which you're using on. Okay, so here you guys can see the auto cutout is being applied, and suppose now you guys are not able to see any changes, okay, over here. But now if I come here and if I just deactivate this layer, okay, if I just hide this track, here you guys can see this is how it actually looks. Okay, so you guys can actually use this cutout, and suppose here onto this auto cutout option you guys also want to put some strokes and some solid strokes, some straight strokes, some offset strokes, and some dotted strokes. You guys can also download all of these things and you guys can put all of these things accordingly. Okay, so come here, let's just download all of this and let's see how each and everything over here looks. Okay, so you guys can come here, select the color as well. Okay, so suppose if I want to take some yellow color, okay, so let's take some yellow color and you guys can just place it right over here. Okay, and what you can also do is you guys can actually increase or decrease the size. Okay, you guys can actually change the opacity maybe to 50%. Okay, so I'll just give this opacity of 50%, and now when I click on this layer here, you guys can see there is a small difference over here on the side which look good over here. And again what I'm going to do is I'm going to come here onto this down layer. Okay, and after that I am going to go to my effects. Okay, so from effects now I'm going to search for blur. Okay, and now I will just click on enter. Okay, so here you guys can see you do have different kind of blur effects. Okay, so here you guys can see there are different blur effects over here. Okay, so here as you guys can see this is another layer. Let's place it. Okay, I will come here and I am going to put on the blur effect over here. Okay, so let's just put this thing here on top. Okay, so here you guys can see how it used to look. Okay, so let's come here, go to this option, and if you want to see the effect, okay, here you guys can actually increase or decrease the duration of the blur effect as well. Okay, so if you come here and suppose if you just decrease it by this much and decrease it by this much from here as well. And now let's just place this thing down. Okay, so right now the starting was fine, as you guys can see, and now here ending also you guys will be able to see that the blur will be gone. Okay, so here as you guys can see the blur is gone over here as well. Okay, so you guys can come here, select on this option, and from here you guys can actually check out the details if you want to see it from here. Okay, so this is one effect. Okay, I hope you guys have understood how you'll be able to use both of these options over here under cutout, the chroma key and also the stroke. Okay, so I have also showed you how you can actually change the color, the opacity and the size of the stroke. Okay, so I have used solid stroke. You can use a straight stroke as well. Okay, so now I will go to audio and let me search for audio. So I will just type modeling. Okay, and I'll just click on enter. Okay, so from here you guys can see I do have different audio. Let's just play this thing down. Let's hear those things out. Let's click on this one and let's hear this. Let's select this one and let's select the first one. Okay, or maybe the second. So let's take the first one and let's just place it right over here. Okay, if you do want to trim this one a little bit, you guys can trim it. Now just fit it here into the timeline. Okay, so come here and just trim it down from here as well. Let's start from this corner and let's keep it right till here. Okay, so I'll just on the snapping and all of this again over here. I will just come here and it will just snap. Okay, so let's come here. Let's just try to put this one over here. And if you just want to come down, you guys can basically come down from here as well. Okay, so let's select this one and let's just come here at the starting. If you do want to decrease it by a bit, come here, place it, and now just click Ctrl Z. Okay, now bring it right over here. Again, click on zoom to fit the timeline. Okay, so now this 10 seconds video is ready, and let's give it 1 second fade in and 1 second fade out. Okay, so now let's just play it up and let's hear this thing out. So yeah, this was the video. Okay, and this looks great, and let's just normalize the loudness and let's just play it over here again. Okay, let's come here, let's click on the space bar. So here, this is how you guys will be able to actually work with the background blur over here in Capcut as well. Okay, so the last thing what I'm going to do is I will just change the name over here. Let's name this one as background blur. Okay, so let's type background blur. Okay, and let's go to export and let's come here and let's select export to, let's go to desktop. Let's select this resource file and I'll select this folder and click on export. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of Capcut semi-advanced tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 7, where I'll be making an Instagram reel in Capcut. Okay, so let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the Capcut. Okay, so I already worked over here. Okay, let me show you guys the video, okay, of an Instagram reel. So let's come here, let's click on this one and let's just play it up. Okay, so this is the one which I had created before. Okay, and now I will just close this up again. And again, what I'm going to do is I am going to import some media here in my new project. Okay, so I'll just click on import. Let's go to videos, and from videos, this was the file which I worked on. let's go to the raw file. Okay, so this is the raw file. I'll just open this video up. Okay, and let's just drag and drop it here in the total timeline. So this is of 10.8 seconds. Let's decrease it to exact 10. Okay, and what you can do is you guys can actually give some cuts. Okay, so if you want to come here and if you want to give a cut, click on Control B from your keyboard. Let's come here. Let's take up a 2 seconds gap. Okay, let's come here. Let's go to this exact 4. Okay, so I will come here, click on Control B again. Okay, so I'll just click on Control B and let's just select this part. Okay, exactly at 7 seconds. Click on Control B to give a cut. Okay, so now I do have total 4 parts. So what I can do is I want to actually give this some slow-mo effect over here. Okay, so now what I'll do is I will just decrease this one. Okay, and here you guys can see now I will just decrease the speed quite like this. Okay, so if you want me to play it, here you guys can see this is how it is being played. Okay, so now if I just increase the speed by half, okay, let's say I will just increase the speed by half. Let's now play this thing up, and here you guys can see the slow-mo effect. Okay, so now I will come over here, and what I'll do is now I will just change the duration. I will just make it a bit faster. So I'll just come here and maybe I will just make this one a bit faster. Okay, so let's go till here. And what I'm going to do is let's select this one. And now I am going to go to double. And this one I am going to increase or I'm going to decrease the speed a little bit. Okay, so I'll come here and I will just give this one by 60%. Okay, so now I am going to put on these things. Okay, and let's just play it out and let's see how it looks. Okay, so here you guys can see now again this will be a fast mo, and here you guys can see again I do have the slow-mo video over here. Okay, so now after increasing and decreasing the sizes over here, what I can do is I can just take up a text box. Okay, so for that I need to go to the text and click on default text, bring it up right over here on top. Okay, and now I will just place it maybe from here till here. Okay, so I will just place this box till here. And what I'm going to do is now I'm going to bring my playhead, and here let's just increase the size. Come here in the text box, go to backspace, and now you guys can write the journey. And now you guys can actually check the size and take out the frame which you want or the text font size. Take this one, and what you can do is you guys can just place it here on top. Okay, so you guys can just place it here on top. And now again I will just come here and I will try to take another box. Okay, so I'll just click on copy, come here on top and paste. Okay, so I will come here and paste. And what I'm going to do is I am going to keep it right over here. Let's just bring it down. And over here, I will type begins. Okay, so I will just type begins. Okay, so come here, type S. And now I'll come here and I'll just delete this one. And here now I will come to this point, and what I'm going to do is I am going to take some dark font. Okay, and over here as well, now if I want to take some ash font, okay, I can also take this one as well. So this one I am going to increase the size a little bit. Okay, and if you want me to put this one down, okay, I can just come here and let's just go back to this point. And what you can do is you can just place it right over here. But the same way, what you need to do is you need to just keep this thing and bring it right over here. Okay, and maybe till here as well. Okay, so I'll just place these things right over here, and from here it will actually appear and it will come till here. Okay, so let's come to this point, and what you can do is if you just want to bring it here on top, you guys can also bring it here on top as well. Okay, so now if you want to see it in a full frame, this is how it looks. Again, click on escape to go back, and here if you want to put on keyframes, you guys will be able to put on keyframes. Okay, so now again let's come down. Okay, so as we are creating an Instagram reel, I will come here into this blend option, and starting what I'll do is I'll come here and I will just click on give a keyframe. Okay, I will just click and give a keyframe, and I will just decrease the opacity to 0. Okay, so now I will come right over here. Okay, at this particular part. Okay, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to add another keyframe. So I will just come here and another keyframe is being added. And now let's come here. Let's select this one. Let's come at the beginning of this. Okay, and what you can do is you guys can actually change the opacity from here as well. Let's select a keyframe. Let's go to 0. And after that, what you guys can do is come here and add another keyframe. Okay, so the keyframe which I'm going to add over here is I will come here, increase the opacity, and here I do have the keyframe as well. Okay, so now let's come here in this part, and from here what I'm going to do is I'm going to add another keyframe, and now again I will just come over here, and now automatically I will just add another keyframe here as well. Okay, so now the same way if I come here, what I'm going to do is I am going to add another keyframe here. Okay, let's check this out. Okay, so right over here. Okay, so I will just try to place right over here, and now I will just take a keyframe. Okay, and what I'm going to do is when I come here last, I will just change it from here. Okay, so now as you guys can see, I do have added few the keyframes as well. Okay, so now let's just play this thing up. So here you guys can see this is how it will appear. Okay, and this is how it will actually end. Okay, so here you guys can see it will just go out or it will just fade out quite like this. Okay, and now if you want to add some kind of stickers and stuff, you guys can also do that. So again, go to media. If you want to import it, okay, you guys can come here and you guys can actually import it. Let's click on import, and over here you guys can see you do have these videos, but you don't want the videos over here, you want some images. Okay, so under images here you guys can see I do have different images, okay, which I can actually put. Let's click on this one, and again what you can do is you can just click on this one as well and open it up. Okay, so once you open it up, from here you guys can actually put out this image, drag and drop it over here. Okay, so you guys can just put on these PNG files. Okay, and you guys can just arrange and put this thing quite properly. Okay, so if you guys can come here and only for this few seconds. Okay, so now I will just come here and place it accordingly. Let's just place it over here. So now let's play it up. Okay, so here this is how it will look, and what I can do is if I want to put on some blending motion, we can also put that one. So let's come here. Okay, so at the beginning what I'm going to do is I am going to select this keyframe and change the opacity, and again what I'll do is I will just come right over here and over here. Now I will just change the opacity to 100. Okay, so now over here you guys can see, and let's play this thing. Okay, and here now again what I can do is I can just come here, maybe select this one. Okay, and maybe place it right over here, and now I will come here, and again what I'll do is I'll just come to this part, and over here I will just give this one a keyframe, and I will just decrease the keyframe from here as well. Okay, so let's play this thing up. Okay, so it will appear quite like this. Okay, and you guys can work over here. And suppose in this video, what you want to do is you want to put different kind of effects as well. So if you want to put in all of this, you don't have to do individually if you want to only put one kind of effects. So for that, what you need to do is you need to go to adjustment, and you can just select adjustment layer. Okay, so just place this adjustment layer from here. Let's place it here as well. And now you guys can go to effects, and from here you guys can check different kind of effects. Okay, so here you guys can see there are different effects over here. Otherwise, individually also, if you want to do, okay, you guys can come here, take this adjustment layer, and maybe increase the temperature a little bit, and maybe increase the hue. And after that, what you can also do is select the saturation and select the brightness. Okay, and now let's come down. Let's go with the contrast over here. And if you want to work with the highlights, you guys will be able to work with the highlights over here as well. Let's put some shadows, and let's go with some whites. And if you want to go in the blacks as well, and here you guys can see the illumination. Okay, I will just keep this one how it is. And from here, you guys can basically increase the clarity. Okay, so if you want to increase the clarity by 20%, you guys can do that. And let's just sharpen this image up by 10. And from here, let's use the vignette option as well. Okay, so now let's just select the vignette option quite like this. And now if you want to save this as a preset, you guys can also do that. And now go to this one, and if you want to work with the hue and stuff, and let's go to curve. If you want to add up a bit, okay, you guys can actually add up a bit over here and work on with all of this. So let's save this as a preset. Okay, so now I will come here, and again what I'll do is I'll just go to this basic option, and now let's just play this thing up and let's see how it actually looks. So let's just play it, and this is how it will look over here. Okay, you guys can see the video looks quite nice. And over here, now the last thing which is left is going to the audio panel. And from audio panel, let's type biking. Okay, so I will just type biking, and I will just click on enter. Let's see what all suggestions do I get from here. So let's download all of these four. Okay, let's hear this out. So let's put this one, the first one over here. Let's come down and let's put it right over here. If you want to trim it down, you guys can trim it down from here. Let's just zoom to fit in the timeline. Let's come here, and what you can do is again put it over here. Now just decrease the timing. Let's place it right over here at the starting. Let's come here and let's just place it here as well. Okay, so now let's go to the audio option, and from here you guys can select 1 second fade in, and over here in the fade out option also I will just take 1 second. Okay, so in this one I want it normalize the loudness. Okay, so now let's just play this thing up, the last preview. So let's just see it. So this is how you guys will be able to create some stunning Instagram reels over here. Okay, so now as I have created this one, okay, what you guys can also do is you guys can actually put on some reel logos. Okay, so if you want to do that, you guys can do that. Otherwise, from sticker option also you guys can try to find. Okay, so if you just type reel and all, okay, let's type reel and let's click on enter. Here you guys can see you do have this reel option. So what you can do is you guys can come here, and now you just have downloaded. What you can do is you guys can just select this one and now just place it here on top. Okay, now just place it here on top, and what you can do is just keep this string throughout. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to decrease the size, and over here what I'm going to do is I'm going to place it somewhere over here in one corner. Okay, so I can just place it here in one corner. If you want to decrease the size a little bit as well, okay, you guys can come here and work this thing out. So now let's just play it. So here again, what I'll do is I'll come here and I'll just decrease the size a little bit more. Okay, otherwise I will just come here, and what I can do is let's select this layer, and if you do want to bring it down, okay, you guys will be able to bring it down as well. Okay, so if you want to come here, let's select this. If you want to scale it, you guys can basically scale it from here as well. Okay, so if you want to give this one up a rotation, let's go with none. Okay, so I will just keep here, and I will not keep any things over here. You guys can increase or decrease the size. Maybe the other thing what you guys can also do is you guys can come here, maybe just bring this thing down a little bit, and this one also, let's come here and just bring this down a little bit as well. Let's place it here on top, and let's just decrease the size by a little bit. So now this one is ready. Let's see a preview. Okay, let's come here, let's see a preview. So yeah, this one looks good. Now this is placed perfectly. So now last thing is going to export, and now say changing the title name. So let me change this name to Instagram Reel. Okay, so I will just name this as Instagram Reel. I will save it here in my desktop into my resource file. Let's just select this particular folder and let's click on import or export. Okay, so I hope to see you all in the next class where we'll be learning more about this CapCut. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of CapCut semi-advanced tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 8, where we'll be making an Instagram story in CapCut. Okay, so here we'll be learning how you can actually make an Instagram story in CapCut, how to actually upload your things, and how you will be able to take different icons and stuff from here. Okay, so we'll be learning about all of that in detail here in this particular chapter. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the CapCut. So from here, I will be opening up a new file. Okay, so here, as you guys can see over here, I already do have my workspace. So first, let's see what story we're gonna make here. I already did a demo. Okay, you guys can check this out. So this is the one we basically did, okay, and we'll be doing it over here as well. Okay, so now let's come back and let's import the medias using which we can basically work, or which we will work in. So let's come over here, let's take the raw files. Okay, so let's come here, let's take this, and let's come here and let's take this one. Okay, and I'll just open both of this up, and now what I'm going to do is I'm going to now come here and just place this thing here in the timeline. Okay, so here, as you guys can see, I have just placed both of this right over here, and now if I do want to trim it up, okay, so let me just trim it up till here. Okay, so now I will just decrease it by 15 seconds. Okay, so I'll just decrease it by 15 seconds over here, and the total duration of my video is 15 seconds. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is, once I do have this video, okay, let's just play this thing and let's see how it actually looks. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have this to video. Let's look at this cut transition. Okay, So now let's just pause this one. And what I'm going to do now is come here into the adjustment layer and take up this adjustment panel. Okay, so take this adjustment layer, and if you want to put it in the whole video, okay, you guys can come here and you guys can basically put. Okay, so now from here, if you do want to go a bit light, okay, you guys can do that. Or if you want to go a bit on the lighter side, okay, a warm side, you guys can come here. Okay, so I will just go kind of like this over here. And also let's check the first video. Okay, so here you guys can see how it actually looks. Okay, so this one was before, and for this video as well. And now over here, if I just unlock this one, okay, so if I just click on this one, this is how it actually looks. Okay, so here I do have this adjustment layer. I have basically put up this adjustment from here, and let's just increase or decrease the brightness a little bit, increase the contrast, and if you want to increase the highlight a little bit, you guys can do that. And let's put some shadows over here. Okay, let's put some shadows. And now let's work with the blacks and a white a little bit. Okay, so I'll just sharpen this image a little bit. Okay, or this particular frame. And over here, I will also change the clarity. Okay, and if you do want to go with the vignette, okay, you guys can come here and go a bit dark on both the sides. Okay, so if I come here, take my playhead, and here you guys can see, if you want to see it in a full screen, you guys can actually see that over here. Okay, so I'll go back now, and the next thing what I'm going to do is I will come here on top. Okay, and from here I will take a defaulted text box. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have my default text box over here. So I will just click right here, and I do have my default text box. Okay, so I'll just place it right over here and maybe increase the timing till here. Let's take this text box, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to place it right over here on top. And you guys can come here also in the properties panel and go backspace. Let's on my caps lock from the keyboard. I will write business, and I'll click on enter to go down. Okay, so I'll just write business strategy. So from here, basically, I'll be able to use the kind of font I do want to use. Okay, so if I take that fervent, okay, I will just increase the size. Okay, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this thing. Okay, and if you do want to move, you guys will be able to move it from here as well. Okay, so let's come here, and if you want to decrease the size, you guys will be able to decrease using shift. Okay, so let's come here again, let's select this. Okay, so if you do want to move it, you guys can come here and you guys can just move it from here as well. Okay, so let's try to move it more here on this particular side. Okay, so let's come here. If you do want to move, you can bring it over here. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this whole text. Okay, if I do want to change the color, I can come here into this color option and I can go with something dark. Okay, so this one looks good, and this is also placed quite central. Okay, so if I come here and if I go to the alignment option, here you guys can see I do have just aligned this one. Okay, so now I will just move this frame out. Okay, so I will just move it right over here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to put on some keyframes. Okay, so let's first use the keyframes over here. Okay, here in the blend option. Okay, so I will come here at the beginning. Okay, and from here what I'll do is I will just add up a keyframe. Okay, and from here I will just increase the opacity to 0. Okay, so again I will just come right back over here. Okay, so let's go down, and now I will just move my keyframe again onto the right hand side a little bit. Okay, so I will come right over here at this point, and I'll just change the opacity till 100. Okay, so here I also do have another keyframe. Let's come here. Okay, at this point, what I'm going to do is I am going to click to add a keyframe. And lastly, I will come right over here, and from here, now I will just change the opacity again to 0. Okay, so here I do have 4 keyframes. Okay, so let's check this out. So this is how it will basically appear. Okay, so here as you guys can see, let's just play this thing. Okay, so let's come here, let's just play it. Okay, and now here you guys can see this keyframe looks quite good. Okay, so now when it disappears again, what I'll do is I'll take another default text box. What I'll do is I'll just put this text box right over here, and I will just increase the size of the text box. Okay, so now I will come here. I will put up this text box, and what I'm going to do is I am going to bring my playhead over here in this text box here as well. And now I will just bring my text box. Let's come here, go backspace, and let's write marketing and strategic help. Okay, so now here you guys can see I do have this particular word, and if you do want to decrease the size, okay, you guys can come here and you guys can basically decrease the size. Okay, so you guys can come here and you guys can maybe put this one somewhere over here in the center. Okay, so you guys can place it over here, and now what you can do is you guys can come over here down. Okay, and now you guys can just check this curve and all. Okay, so let's go with the background from here. Okay, I do want to put some background over here. Okay, so I will come here, and what I'll do is now if I just try to select this one, and if I just try to zoom in to the timeline, here you guys can see I can zoom in, and here if you guys notice right over here, now let's change the positioning of this one here as well. Okay, so first I will just select the X offset. Okay, so here I will just keep it over here, and you guys can actually change this one. Okay, so I will just decrease it to 35, and over here you guys can actually select the width. Okay, and from here you guys can select the height. Okay, so here this is how it actually looks. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I want it to appear in a great way. Okay, so for that again I will just try to add some keyframes. Okay, so let's come down, and from here let's try to go to this blend mode. Okay, and from here let's add some keyframes. Okay, so I will just come here at the starting. Okay, so I will just come here and it's snapping, and what I'll do is I will just add a keyframe, and from here I will go back and I will just select this keyframe. Okay, so by mistakenly I do have selected this one, and I can just click on delete. Okay, so let's come to this one. Okay, so I will just come over here, and over here let's try to add some blend. Okay, so now I will just click on add a keyframe, and what I'll do is I'll just decrease the opacity, and afterwards again I will just put off my frame right over here. Okay, and what I'm going to do is I am going to increase the opacity. Okay, so after that I will come here till this point, and I will just add another keyframe. Okay, so I'll just add another keyframe, and lastly over here let me just increase this side a little bit. Okay, let's come here uh, at last. Okay, and let's add another keyframe over here as well. Okay, so here I do have another keyframe. So now if we just look at this thing, let me just play this thing up. Let's see how it actually looks. Okay, so over here you guys can see now it will just come here and it will just change its color quite like this. Okay, so yeah, I hope you guys have understood about the keyframing parts. Okay, so now we will try to move some of these icons over here. Okay, like we will try to put some join us icons and stuff over here. Okay, so for that again what I'm going to do is I am going to come here, okay, and let's search those theme in stickers, okay. So if I just type join us and let's click on enter, and over here you guys can see there are a lot of things right over here, okay. So if I just uh, click over here, okay, so let's click on to this join us option, okay. And now what I'm going to do is I am going to come right over here, okay. Let's say I will just come over here at this point, and what I'm going to do is I am going to bring this sticker right over here, okay. Let's place this sticker over on top of this one. Let's come and just let's put it at the beginning, okay. So now I will just select this part, okay, and I will just place it right over here, okay. So now this looks good, okay. And let's come here, bring my playhead from here, and let's just bring it down, okay. So you guys can just put this thing here in the down part, and from here if you want to scale it up and down, or if you do want to put any kind of animation, you guys can basically put on some animation as well, okay. So I will just put on an animation. Let's come over here, let's select out, and from here I can just select this fade out, okay. So I can just select this fade out over here. So now let's see this particular part itself, okay. So here, as you guys can see, this was the video which I had just created, and over here let's click and let's add this join us icon, okay. So let's come here and let's put it right over here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to increase the size from this corner as well, okay. So let's come here, let's just join this thing part, and let's select this one and let's click on shift to decrease the size over here, and let's just place it quite over here, okay. So over here what you can also do is you guys can also add some animation, okay. You guys can come here and check all of these animations, okay. So let's come over here and let's go for some animation, okay. So let's see what kind of animation will look good. Let's go with fade in, okay. And over here in this option, uh let's come here, let's go to the in option, let's go with spring, okay. And now I will just come here at the ending as well, okay. And what I'll do is I will just go and click on out, and I'll just take a fade out, okay. So let's come here, let's go back, and from here, as you guys can see, this one also looks kind of good, okay. So you guys can come here and let's see how it actually looks, okay. So here now this is the transition, and if you don't want any cut transition, you guys can also add different kind of transitions over here, okay. So let's come here and let's try all of this, okay. So over here, so now let's come and let's put this one here in the center, okay. Let's come here and let's add it here in this center, okay. So now let's come to this option and you guys can actually choose the duration, okay. So let's go for this kind of duration and let's see how it transits, okay. So now let's just play this thing up. So here, as you guys can see, this is the video which I have just created, okay. So this is how you guys can actually make up some stunning Instagram story for your Instagram, okay. So here you guys can see now, if I just move this one, the transition is also nice, okay. So here you guys can see the transition, and if you just want to select the transition, and you guys can also check the duration. So let's go for 1 second itself. Okay, so now let's see. So here you guys can see the transition was quite smooth. Okay, so now once I have put this one over here as well, and if you now want to put any kind of effects, okay, you guys can come here and you guys can actually check for different kind of effects. Okay, so now here you guys can see there are different kind of effects right over here. Okay, and here as well. Okay, so from here basically let's select or download this one first. If you want to put on, you guys can basically put on in one. Okay, so let's come here, let's just put out this effect and let's just place it right over here and let's try to see a preview. Okay, so let's come here and let's just play this thing up, and here you guys can see this one looks quite great. Okay, so here you guys can see this one looks quite nice, and now you guys can actually select this one and let's try to put it over here on top. Okay, so now this file is getting actually downloaded. Let's increase this one, and from here you guys can just increase this thing over here as well. So now let's play this thing up. So here you guys can see the effect looks quite okay over here, but with this one it looks quite good. Okay, so that's what I feel. Basically you guys might have different idea about it. So let's just delete this one and let's keep only the last one which I have. Okay, so I'll come here, I will click on the delete key. Okay, so this is how this Instagram story will start. Okay, and the last thing which is left is just going with some audio. Okay, so now I will just go for adventure. Okay, I want to give some storytelling music over here. Okay, so I'll just click on adventure and let's try to play this thing up. Let's download it. So let's take this one. So let's take this and let's just place it right over here. And what I'm going to do is I am going to come here and click on to zoom to fit timeline, and I'm going to trim this thing down. Okay, let's come here, let's come to this point as well, and let's just trim it up. Okay, so let's come here and let's just trim it up accordingly. And now again I will just click on zoom to fit the timeline, and if you do want to increase it, you guys can basically increase or just trim it over here as well. Let's try to see now this particular video. Okay, let's just play this thing up. So yeah, this is how you guys will be able to create some stunning Instagram story in Capcut. Okay, so now I hope you guys have understood this class and now you'll be able to make your own. Okay, so here first I do have actually added different kind of text boxes. Okay, and before that I did the adjustment layer, and after that here on top you guys can see I do use two stickers, and over on top I did have put some effects in a particular area. I have showed you guys about transition and also about this audio box. Okay, so let's add some fade in. Okay, so from here you guys will be able to select the volume and all. Let's go with 0.5 or let's go with 0.8. Okay, so let's come here, and now you guys can see there is a small curve and a keyframe over here. Okay, so if you want to select this one and if you want to drag it, you guys can manually do that over here as well. Okay, so now you guys can see my fade in fade out option is changing. Okay, so I'll just keep to 0.8, and now if you just play this thing, you guys can see the music is starting quite slow. Okay, so now let's just pause this thing out again and let's come here onto the media. And lastly, what I'm going to do is I am going to come here and I'm going to click on export. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have to select what title I do want to save it. Okay, so I will just type Instagram story 2. Okay, so I will just save this one as Instagram's story 2. and I'll just select the file where I do want to export. Okay, so I'll just select this folder and I will just click on export. So here, basically my file got exported, and let's come here, let's cancel this thing out, and let's just see over here. Let's go to desktop, and from here, let's go to my resource file, and from my resource file, let's go to videos, and I do have saved in the name of Instagram story 2. Okay, so I will come here, and as you guys can see, now here I do have the video. So here you guys can see that is the 15 seconds Instagram story which I do have over here. So I hope you guys have understood this class, and now you guys will be able to make some stunning videos quite like this. So in next class we'll be learning more about how you will be able to learn more social media video editing skills. Okay, so see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of Capcut semi-advanced tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 9, where I'll be showing you guys by creating a TikTok video. So here we'll be learning how you can actually give some nice effects to your video. Okay, if you want to put some slow-mo and stuff, you guys can also do that right over here. Okay, so I'll be adding different kind of effects over here into all of those videos. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the Capcut. So now let's create a new project. Let's come to import and let's import a video. Okay, so let's come down. Let's take this video and let's open it up. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have this particular video, and if I want to drag it here into my timeline, you guys can see I have just dragged it here into the timeline over here. Okay, so I can come here and I can just trim this thing down. Suppose I just want to trim it over here, and I will just trim a bit from this part as well. Okay, so I will just trim a bit over here, and I'll just place it quite like this. So it's 7 seconds and 10 frames. Okay, the total duration of the video. Okay, so now over here what I can do is I can just give this one cut by Control B. Okay, so I will just move my playhead again right over here. Okay, I can just give Control B. Okay, so here now I do have 3 parts of the same video. Okay, so in the first part I will just take my playhead. As I can see the preview, I will come here and I am going to put out some effects. Okay, so I'll just go here onto the effects option. Okay, you guys can select effects, otherwise you can basically put on some adjustments. Okay, so if you come here and if you want to put on some adjustment, like you want to change the speed and stuff, so come here to the speed, and from here if you want to increase the speed, okay, you guys can come here and basically increase the speed. Okay, and now over here what I'm going to do is I am going to decrease the speed. Okay, so for that I can come here onto duration, and what I'll do is I will just go on top. Okay, so here now I will just decrease the speed by 75%. Okay, so let's go with 75. Okay, so now over here what I'll do is I will just fasten this particular part as well. So now again go to speed option, and from here now if you do want to fasten it, okay, you guys can actually fasten it from here as well. Okay, so now let's come here, let's just increase it. Okay, so let's come here, let's do 1.5, and the total duration is now 6 seconds and 21 frames. Let's play this thing. Okay, and here you guys can see the effect, how it looks right now. Okay, so this one looks quite nice. So what I'll do is I'll just zoom to fit here in the timeline, you guys can see. Now the next thing is I'm going to add on some text box. Okay, or let me also put some effects. If you do want to put some effects, let's come here and let's only put this one which we have already seen in our last class. Okay, so I can come here and I can just put over here on top. And what I can do is I can basically see the preview. Okay, so here now, if I just play this, okay, so let's play this, and here you guys can see the effect. Okay, otherwise, if you want to just select this one, and if you want to click on delete, you guys can delete this as well. So now let's try to put this one. Okay, and now let's try to see a preview. Okay, so now let's come here, let's see a preview. Okay, so you guys can see how it actually looks. Okay, so this is how you guys can actually work. Otherwise, you guys can also decrease the timing of this particular effect. Let's come here and let's just decrease the timing quite like this. Okay, so I can just come over here and can just play this thing out. Okay, so here you guys can see now this one looks quite nice. Again, I will just come here and go to text, select the default text, and now what I'm going to do is I am going to increase the text till here. Okay, so I'll just take this box till here. Then I will come here, go to my text box in my properties panel, and from here I will type the Rain Cafe. Okay, so I will just write the Rain Cafe, and what I'll do is I'll just increase the size, and I will just decrease this one, maybe place it right somewhere here. Okay, and now I will just change the font type. Okay, so what kind of font do I want to take? I can just select the font basically from here. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have different kind of fonts. Okay, so let's go with this one. Okay, and now if you do want to put it in one side, you guys can also put it. Okay, so now if you want to import anything, come here and click on import and select this desktop, go to the resource file, and from here now let's go to images. Okay, so over here if you want to take any kind of image from here, you guys can actually take. Otherwise, let's go back. Okay, so let's come here, and if you try to check over here also you don't have that many icons. Okay, so now let's go here. Okay, let's just close this thing out. I can also search different things from stickers. Okay, so what I can do is I can just type location. Okay, so I will just type location and I'll just click on enter, and here you guys can see there are different kind of location icon which I can use. Okay, so you guys can take this one, and here you guys can see I do have this thing over here on my screen. Okay, so I can just come here and maybe place this one right over here on top. Okay, so I will just place both of this over here, and I'll just increase the size of this one as well. Okay, place it and just place it right over here. Okay, so now you guys can see this looks quite good. Okay, and here this part is basically done, I guess. And if you come here, let's take this one and let's place this over here as well. Okay, so now this one looks good. And if you want to give some colors and all, you guys can come here. And if you want to do some animation, let's come here, let's go with this animation. Let's come to this option as well, and from here let's go to animation, and there are a lot of kind of animation which we can do from here as well. Okay, so I'll just use this one over here. Let's take my playhead, let's come down, and from here let's go to out, and from here also I will just use the fade out option. Okay, so I will just use the fade out option quite like this. Come to this one right over here. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add up some keyframes. Okay, so over here I will come to this blend option. Otherwise, what I can also do is I can just change the scaling. Okay, so I will just add this afterwards. Let's come here for now, and over here I can just go down. Let's change the blend. Okay, so let's come here and let's try to change the blend. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add up a keyframe here in the beginning. So I have added a keyframe right over here. And when I come to this particular point, what I'm going to do is I am going to give this one opacity. Okay, so let's come here. I do have 100 opacity. Let's decrease it to 0. Let's come here again at this point and let's increase the opacity T to 100. Okay, so I do have added this one over here as well. Okay, so now over here, as I have added another keyframe, okay, at this point, what I'm going to do is I am going to come over here, and over here as well, I am going to add another keyframe. Okay, so for that, let's come down and let's add a keyframe over here. And lastly, I will come to this last and I will just add another keyframe where I will just give the opacity as 0. Okay, so over here now I will just come and I'll just change the opacity T to 0. Okay, so let's come here, let's change the opacity to 0, and now let's just play this thing up. Okay, so now if you just play this thing, let's see how it actually looks. Okay, so this is how it will appear, and this is the video, and you guys can just end the video quite like this. Okay, so now what I'm also going to do at this point is I will come over here and suppose I want to add any kind of stickers. Okay, so I'll come here and I'll add another sticker. So over here, let's search for weekend. Okay, so I will just type weekend and I'll just click on enter, and here you guys can see there are many over here. Otherwise, let's try to go to my media, let's select import, and from here let's go to desktop, let's go to my resource file, and from here I will come to the images option. Okay, so over here you guys can see I do have this images. So what I can do is I can basically put up this image and I can just open it up. Okay, so I'll just open this thing up, and over here now I can actually select this one and place it right over here on top. Okay, so I can come here and I can just place this thing over here. Okay, so I can just place it quite like this, and if I do want to give this thing up a rotation, you guys can just give this thing up a rotation over here as well. Okay, so you guys can come here and maybe just decrease the size accordingly. Okay, so I will just put it over here, and what I'm going to do now is again I will go to the stickers option, and from here you guys can see I do have all of this nice presets. Okay, so I can just click onto this one, and if you want me to add, I can also add this particular sticker over here as well. Okay, so come here and just put on the sticker. Okay, just place it quite over here. Okay, so just add this one, and what you can do is maybe increase the size, and if you do want to give this thing up a rotation, you guys can come here and add this one a rotation quite like this. Okay, place it, and now just select this one and place it over here as well. Okay, so now just place it, and what you can do is just select both of this layer. Okay, so now if you do want to select this one and this layer as well, okay, you guys can come here and just place both of this as well accordingly. Okay, so if you want to give this thing a rotation, now let's come here and let's give this thing up a rotation. You guys can just place these things over here. Okay, so now over here again what I'll do is I will come here and maybe just decrease the size a little bit. Okay, and select this one as well and decrease the size of this thing over here as well. And if you just want to give this one a simple 90-degree rotation, you guys can also give that, maybe place it right over here, and also give this thing up a rotation. Okay, so now if you want to select this one, go to stickers option, and from here now let's go with 0%. Okay, so now I do have this thing in 0%, and from here as well I do have this particular thing at 0% over here, or like 0 degrees. So I can come here and maybe I can just basically put things quite over here, okay, on the screen, down over here as well. Okay, so I do have two stickers. So if you want to come here, go to this PNG file. If you want to put on some animation, you guys can come here and maybe put on some animation. Okay, so let's just play this one. Okay, so now over here I will just put out this animation. Okay, so let's come here and let's just apply this one over here. Okay, so now let's click here and you guys can see the animation. So now let's come down here at last, and from here now I will go to out, and from here now I will just click on this one. Okay, and I will just apply this thing over here as well. Let's come here on top. Okay, so let's try to just select this line. Okay, so I will just keep this thing right over here, and from here what you can go is animation, and from here you guys can click on fade out. Okay, and now over here let's come to the starting. Okay, and from here you guys can just select the spring. Okay, so now let's see a preview of the whole thing. So let's come here and let's play this. Okay, and now here you guys can see the video, and here now it will just go back. Okay, so here you guys can come here, increase this one a little bit, and you guys can increase from this side as well. Okay, so now let it start. Okay, so over here it will start quite like this, and now if you just want to highlight your text, you guys can actually do that over here as well. Okay, so come here, go to this text option. Okay, and from the text option, now what you'll do is you will come down, and from here you will go to the background option. Okay, so now over here I do have the background option, and now if you want to give this one a white background, okay, so you guys can come here and give this one a white background. Okay, so come here, give this one a white background, go on top, and the color of the text should be black. Okay, so come here, give this one a black color, and what you can do is you guys can come here and just play it around as well. Okay, so now let's just play it around. Let's just give this thing a pause, and from here now what I'll do is I will come here and I'll just check the height. Okay, so I will just decrease the height of the box. Okay, and also I will just decrease the width a bit. Okay, so I will just decrease the width, and from here again what I'll do is I will just select this particular position and I'll just place this thing quite over here. Okay, if you do want to decrease the size, okay, you guys can come here, individually select this and use your mouse to drag it here onto the sides. Okay, so you guys can come here, drag it quite like this, and also you guys will be able to select the roundness. Okay, so the roundness of the boxes, so come here, and from here you guys can actually check the rounded rectangle option. Okay, so if I just put it around 35%, so you guys can see how it will basically look. Okay, so now I don't have sharp edges over here. Okay, so now let's just play this thing up over here, and here you guys can see this is how it actually looks. Okay, so this looks quite amazing. Okay, that's what actually I feel. And don't use transition onto this particular cuts, okay, as I only do have one frame. Okay, because this is actually transiting from a high speed to a low speed over here, if you guys just notice. Okay, so here you guys can see the transition looks quite nice. Okay, so again what I'm going to do is I am going to basically add on some of the audios. Okay, so come here, let's go to media file, and from here let's click on import. Let's go to desktop, and from here let's go to resource, let's go to audios, and from here I can basically choose different kind of audios from. Okay, so I can come here and I can just open these things up, and let's just listen these songs. So let's play this one up as well. Let's play this. So let's come here. So if you don't get your desired audios, okay, if you didn't have downloaded, you guys can come here onto the audio part and you guys can just type body and you guys can just search. Okay, so once you search over here, you will have different kind of audios which you can basically use. You guys can download all of this first and hear those things out. Okay, so let's select this one.
Party time. Party time. Yeah, this party's so I put my hands.
So let me add this audio right over here. Okay, so I will just add this particular audio, and what I'm going to do is I am going to basically trim this thing down a little bit. Okay, so I'll come here, click on this Shift and Z to fit into the timeline. Let's come here. Now let's not work with the fade in option. Let's come here. Let's just place it. And what you can do is you guys can just trim this thing down back again and click on Shift and Z to just zoom into the timeline again. Okay, so here now I do have the music. So once I want to work with the audio, you guys already know, you guys can select the volume from here. Okay, and let's take uh 0.5 seconds to fade in and 0.5 seconds to fade out. Okay, so over here, as you guys can see, I have just faded in and out. And let's play this thing. So this is how you guys will be able to add some audio into your TikTok videos. And suppose over here somewhere you want to put some TikTok icon, okay, throughout the video. So in that case, what you're going to do is there is a website called the PNG Wing. Okay, so if I search over here, let's try PNG Wing. Okay, and I'll just come here and go to this particular website. Okay, and from here, if I search for TikTok, and if I click on enter, I will be able to get different kind of this TikTok icons. Okay, suppose if I do want to put this TikTok icon, what I can do is I can click on this one, click on download this PNG. Okay, and I do have to click on few of this. Okay, some security questions over here. Okay, and now let's take this 9 and Y, and now my file will basically get downloaded. Okay, over here. So here you guys can see my file, it will get downloaded right over here. So now if I come over here again to my Capcut, what I can do is I can go to the media, click on import, and from here let's go to downloads, take up this PNG and open it up. Okay, so I do have opened it up over here. Now you guys can just put this thing right here. Okay, so if I do want to put this, you guys can come here. Now just decrease the size and maybe you guys can just place it here in one side. Okay, so if you do want to place it here in one side, you guys can basically do that. And if you do want to add some animation, you guys can basically add some animation over here as well. Okay, so come to this point and what you can do is select this one, go to this animation option. Let's select the in first. Okay, how you want it to appear, or if you want it to shake. Okay, you guys can actually add all of this. Okay, so let's come to this one, and now let's try to take this shake part. Okay, so now I will come here, let's increase the size, and from here I will just go to this out point and I will just select the fade out. Okay, so from here I will select the fade out option. Let's try and see the preview. So yeah, I hope you guys have understood this class on how you guys will be able to work over here and create some stunning TikTok video. Okay, so if you want to see it in a full frame, okay, you guys can come here into a player media, click onto this icon, and what you can do is you can just see it quite like this. Okay, so here you guys can see. So this is how the video actually looks. So now I will just export this video. Otherwise, I will just change the name directly from here. Okay, so I will just write TikTok video. Okay, so I will just type TikTok video. Let's go to export. And from here, what I'll do is I will come here, and now I am going to go to my desktop, go to my resource file, and from here, let's go to videos and let's select this folder to export. So yeah, I hope to see you all in the next chapter, where we'll be learning how you can actually create a YouTube thumbnail for your video. Okay, so we'll be learning about that as well in the next class. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of Capcut semi-advanced tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 10, and here I'll be making a YouTube thumbnail for a video. Okay, so we'll be learning how you will be able to make a YouTube thumbnail for your video here in this particular chapter in detail. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here, as you guys can see, now I'm again here in the home page of the Capcut. So let's create a new project from here. Okay, and it will give me this particular interface. And now let's try to import some videos. Okay, so let me tell you that here in this class we won't be learning how to make a video. Okay, for me just now I will take this video, and from here I will just take one of their screens which I want to put it in my thumbnail. Okay, I will just show you how to make that cover here. Okay, so now let me come here, let me click on import. So how to make a YouTube thumbnail, we'll be learning about that in the next class, not in this particular chapter. Okay, so let's come here, let's take this video, let's come here, let's click on control and let's try to select the other videos. This is number 2, and let's come here, let's take this one, and lastly I will come here and let me take this particular video. Okay, so I will just open up all of these 4 videos over here. And now what I'm going to do is I am going to place all of these videos accordingly. Okay, so I'll just place this one quite over here. Okay, so as you guys can see, now I do have already put all of this video right over here. Okay, so as you guys can see, now I do have this whole video right over here. Okay, so now as you guys can see, I do have all these 4 videos and it's around 2 minutes and 3 seconds. Okay, so now individually I am going to cut. Let's select this video, and if you want to see how long this video is actually, you guys can come here and maybe just right click, and from here if you want to edit this thing, okay, you guys can actually edit. If you want to play it in reverse, you guys can do that. So now let's come here, let's just decrease the timing to around 4 seconds. Let's come here as well, let's try to put this one as 4 or 5 seconds as well. Let's come here and let's just put this one quite over here. Okay, let's go with 23 seconds. And now after selecting all of this, what you can do is you guys can come here and click on zoom to fit timeline. Okay, so over here basically I will be able to see that how long I want my video to be. Let's select for the first video. I will just increase the size of my first video to 5 seconds. Okay, so let's come here, let's manage this 5 second, and let's select this video, and over here I want this particular video to be at 10 exact second. Okay, so I will come here and I will just put it on 10 seconds. Let's come to this video, and this one as well I'll just try to put it on exact 15 seconds. And the last one over here, I will just try to put this video exactly around 20 seconds mark. Okay, so over here you guys can see I do have this 20-second mark over here. So from here, if you want me to choose this ratio, now I am going to create a YouTube video. Okay, so for that 4:3 size is actually fine. Otherwise, if you want to create a 16:9, that size is also correct. Okay, so you guys can come here and let me just check all these frames, or the frames looking good or not. Okay, so yeah, all this frame looks good. So from here, what I need to do is I need to import one of this frame from here to create my cover. Okay, so for that, to take one frame, I need to do is first come here in this clip, and what you can do is right click over here, and from here click on export free frame. Okay, then go to export option. Let's go to desktop and let's click here on resources. Let me just paste it right over here itself. So I will just come here, I'll just select this folder, and I want to actually import this in here in the project as well. So I will just on this part out. Okay, so if I just on this one out, my this particular image or this PNG file will be exported here in this import project media as well. Okay, so I'll just click on export. Okay, so this still frame is being exported. Okay, so now let's come here. Let's take my playhead maybe over here, and now again click on this icon, and now I will again select the part where do I want to save it. Okay, so let's go to this part itself. Okay, let's come here, let's go to resource, and I will just select this folder, click on export. Okay, so I'll just export it from here as well. Let's come to this one. Okay, let's take my playhead over here, and now again this 3-line icon, export still frame, select the folder. Okay, and now go to desktop, select this folder, click on select folder, click on export. And once I'm done, lastly what I'll do is I will come here, take my playhead, and from this playhead what I'm going to do is click on this 3 icon, export still frame. From here let's click on this folder item, and from here let's click on desktop, let's go to resource file, let's select folder, and I will just export this particular frame as well. Okay, so now I do have these 4 frames which I will use in my cover. Okay, so here I do have the video, so I will name my video or the thumbnail as 4 places or 4 places to visit this summer. Okay, so I will just save my thumbnail as that. And in Capcut, they do call the thumbnail as cover. Okay, so now if you want to create a cover for yourself, here just beside your video panel in the timeline, you do have this cover option. Okay, so you guys can click to edit cover, and here you guys can see now you do have this option. Okay, suppose if you already if you don't want to work here, okay, you don't want to animate that, and what you want to do is instead you want to come here and you want to select from video. Okay, so in that case you guys can use your playhead, and wherever you want to take or wherever thumbnail you want to put, you guys can put it from here. And suppose you do have already created the thumbnail using any other software like maybe Canva or Photoshop, Illustrator, you guys have actually made, and you have saved that file, then you guys can come here into this local option, and from here basically you guys will be able to add it from your PC or your system in which you're working on. Okay, and suppose on top of this one only you want to edit. Okay, you want to take this frame and you want to edit this frame. That also you guys will be able to do by clicking on edit. But for me, what I want to do is I want to create a new cover. Okay, so once I click on new cover, it will basically give me a blank frame quite like this over here. Okay, so now here you guys can see I do have different presets which I can actually choose from. I can also search from here. Okay, if I want to see more recommendations, I can actually search from here. Now I will directly go on to this file. Okay, so I will go on to this design file option. Okay, so from here, if you want to take any color which you want to put over here, you guys can actually put on different colors over here as well. Okay, so now let me come here, let me go to this frame option, and suppose I want to take up this frame. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I will come here, and now I will just take out this frame. Okay, so now let me just increase the size, okay, of these frames. And if you want to decrease the size individually, okay, you guys will be able to do it from here as well. And once I've taken this particular frame, let me just align it over here in the center. Let's click on Alt, and what you can do is you guys can come here and you guys can basically duplicate this one. Okay, so let's click on Alt, and now let's place it over here. And what I can also do is I can just join this one and maybe click on Alt again, and let's join this part over here again, and let's click on Alt. As I do have 4 videos, I will just join this part over here again. Okay, so let's select all of it. Okay, and suppose now if I do want to move it over here onto this side, okay, so I'll be able to move this one over here. So now let's select this one. If you do want to move it here, you guys can actually move this thing. And now using Shift, what I'll do is I will try to first select all of it. Okay, so I'll just select all this thing, and now let's just decrease the size. Okay, so I'll just decrease the size, and what I'm going to do is I am going to click right over here, and I will try to place it somewhere here in the center. Okay, so I'll just try to keep it somewhere here in the center. And if I want to take any background color, okay, I can basically take different kind of background color from here as well. Okay, so you guys can choose what color to take. Okay, so you guys will be able to select different kind of background color from here as well. Okay, so before that I will just put no colors, otherwise let's put a white background. So now let's see if you do want to add image. Okay, so if you want to select the image from video, you guys can come here and you guys can add it from the video itself. Okay, so let's come here, and suppose I want to take this part, and let's click on save. And here you guys can see now I will do have this particular frame. And let's come to this option, and over here also let's add picture. And if you want to select from computer, I'll also show you guys this option. You guys can come here, go to image. Okay, so if you just double click, or I do have saved it outside. So let's come here, let's go down. Okay, let's try to view it in a large icons. Okay, so I'll try to view it in a large icon. And from here, let's just select this one. Okay, and I will just open this thing up. Okay, and again what I'm going to do is I am going to just double click over here, and I can just adjust its positioning, like where do I want to see my image. Okay, so I'll just adjust this over here, and I'll just click on this plus icon. Okay, or the stick icon. So once I'm done, I will come here onto this part. Let's select add image, select from video. And now what you can do is you can just come here and over here click onto the save icon. Okay, and that particular image will be saved. Okay, so double click, and again what you can do is you can just place it right over here, and you can just click on the tick mark option. Okay, so now once you have applied this one, come to this last one. So let's just try to place it here in the center. Okay, let's click on this plus icon. Let's put it up over here. Let's click on add image, and let's go to select from video. Let's select this one, and let's click on save option. Okay, so here I do have saved this particular part. And suppose now what I want to do is I want to give this one this kind of view. Okay, so let me just give this one a view quite like this. Click on this icon, and it will be applied over here accordingly. Okay, so this is basically the frames and the images which I do have over here. Okay, and directly also if you want to take some collages, you guys can basically take some collages from here as well to use. Okay, and now from stickers, you guys will be able to search for different stickers. Okay, so if I just type YouTube, okay, and if I just click on enter, here you guys can see I do have this YouTube icon which I can basically use. Okay, so let me just place it right over here. And now what I want to do is let's just select this part, and let's just decrease the size a little bit, and let's try to move it up here in one corner. Okay, so let's just move it up here in one corner. And if you do want to decrease the size a little bit, you guys can come here and decrease the size accordingly. So let's come here and let's just place this one right over here as well. And if you want to select this, you guys can come here and select the opacity. And if you want to give some fill colors, okay, you can just fill different kind of colors from here as well. Okay, so you guys can come here down and you guys can just view all of it. So let me just give this one up a red color. Okay, so you guys can actually save this particular color from here. Otherwise, you guys can also upload different icons. Okay, so instead of putting this one, I will come here and I will just click on the delete icon from my keyboard. And let's give this one a black background. Okay, so if you want to give this one up a black background, this is how it's going to look. Okay, so I will just come here and I'll just click on this cancel icon. And after that, suppose you want to take some shapes. Okay, so over here, now what I'm going to do is I am going to take up a shape. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to come here and place this shape over here on top. Okay, so come here and just increase the length of this particular shape. And from here, now what I can do is I can just write my thing around. Okay, so from here, what I can type is 10 best beaches to visit. Okay, so from here, now I will just take my text. And from here also, if I want to choose from these options, okay, if I want to choose down from my presets, I will be able to choose it from my presets as well. Okay, so now let's take this one. Let's go with this holiday icon and let's just place it over here on top. And now what I'll do is I will come here and I will just type 10 beaches to visit. Okay, so I will just come here. Let's go a bit back. Let's use caps for all. Okay, so I'll just write or 4 beaches, right? I do have only 4 images. 4 beaches to visit this summer. Okay, so I will just type things like that. And now what I can do is I can come here and I can just increase the size quite like this. And if you do want to also decrease the font size, you guys can come here and you guys can actually decrease the font size from here as well. Okay, let's come here, let's decrease the size a bit. Okay, and now let's come to this option. And from here, if you do want me to place it here in the center, you guys can basically place it right over here in the center as well. Okay, so now once you are done with this particular part, what you can do is you guys can come here and you guys can actually put on different stickers. Okay, so now I will come here onto stickers option, and from here I will type beach. Okay, so I will just type beach and I will get few of the options over here, okay, which you can basically use. So I can come down. Okay, I can just come down over here. Okay, and here you guys can just look all of these things around. Okay, so if you come over here, okay, you guys can just place these things around over here as well. Okay, so now what I can do is I can just take this sticker and I can just place this thing accordingly. Okay, so I'll just come here and I will just try to place this one over here in one side. Okay, so I'll just place this thing here in one side. Okay, so let's come here and let's just decrease the size a little bit. So let's decrease the size from here one corner. Okay, and what I can do is I can just place this one over here. Okay, so now once I have placed this thing, again what I can do is click on this one, click on this sign over here called duplicate. So I have just duplicated this layer, and again what I'll do is I will just place this duplicate layer from here as well. Okay, so I will just place it right over here as well. Okay, so this part is basically done, and now what I need to do is I need to actually select the top part. Okay, so here under stickers, if I type for subscribe, okay, so let me just subscribe and let's click on enter. Okay, here I don't have much option round over here. Okay, so for that I need to come here and let's go to this Chrome. Okay, let's go to my Google option from here. Let's just increase the size. Let's take a new tab. Let's go to Google. Okay, and from here, let's type for PNG Wing. Okay, so this is a great software from where you guys will be able to get different type of PNGs. Okay, so from here, if I do want a YouTube icon, I will click on YouTube and I will click on enter, and over here they will give me different kind of PNG of YouTube. Okay, so here you guys can see I will just take this one, and now I will just download this one over into my frame, and I'll just upload all those things accordingly. So I'll come here and it's loading, and let's come down. Okay, let's come down. Let's click on download this PNG. Okay, and it should get downloaded accordingly. Okay, so this should get downloaded, and over here let's come and let's type for subscribe. Okay, so I will just click on subscribe and I'll just click on enter. Okay, so let's see what all option they do give me over here for subscribe. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have this subscribe option with that bell icon. Okay, so what I can do is I can just take this one and I will just download this one over here as well. Okay, so you can also resize if you want. Okay, so I will just click on to this download this PNG. Okay, so here now this file will get downloaded accordingly. Okay, let's come here, and here also they're showing that it will just start downloading. So as over here, I also have downloaded this particular PNG. Okay, so what I'll do is I will just come right over here again, and from here let's come to this uploads option. Okay, so now once I'm over here into the uploads option, so what I can do is I can just come here onto this project panel. Okay, and I can just upload it from here. Okay, so I will just click onto this icon, and from here what I'll do is I will just go to downloads, and with control I will select both of it and I will just open this thing up. Okay, so here as you guys can see I will just select this one. Okay, so I will take this one first, and again what I'll do is I will just click onto this icon and let's select this one and let's open this file over here as well. Okay, so once I have applied, I will come here and maybe bring this one onto this frame. Let's say I will come here and I will just decrease the size proportionally. Okay, so I will just click Ctrl Z, and now let's try to decrease the size properly. And what I'm going to do is I am going to put this thing quite over here. Okay, I am going to put this one quite properly. So I will just check the alignment nicely over here. And now what I can also do is I can just come over here and I can just take this particular icon as well. Okay, so I will just take out this particular icon, and now I am going to decrease the size from here as well. Okay, so let's just decrease the size from here, and what you can do is you guys can just put this thing right over here. Okay, so maybe I'll just place this one again here in the center. Okay, so this is how it looks. Okay, otherwise if you do want to decrease the size, you guys can also come here and decrease the size accordingly. So I can come here and maybe I will just put this thing in one side. Okay, so let's come here and let's try to put this one over here in one side. Okay, so I'll just try to put this thing here in one side. Okay, and this is how I will just try to keep this one. Okay, let's come here, and from here as well let's just decrease the size a little bit. Otherwise if you want to increase the size, you guys can actually increase the size from this corner and also this corner as well. Okay, and I will come here, click on shift. Okay, so let's come here, click on shift, and according to that you guys can just decrease the size. So now let's just try to put it here in one corner. So yeah, this looks good. Okay, so once I am done over here, again what I can do is I can just take this particular text box. Okay, so let's come here onto this text option. So let's come here, let's just delete this part. Okay, let's delete this page, and yeah, I will want to close all. So let's come here, and from here let's try to take a text box. Okay, and now once I have selected this particular text box, from here what I can do is I can come here, and here you guys can see I do have all of these options. So from here, the next thing what I'll do is I can just select the type of font I want to choose. Okay, so I will just take this particular font, and also I'm going to change the font color. Okay, so come here, click on this option. Okay, so let's select this option and let's go with some white color. Okay, so I will just select the white color over here. Okay, let's come here, just click on backspace. Okay, so I will just come here, let's just come to this particular box and let's click on backspace. Let's select this particular part, and from here now what I'm going to do is I am going to write ABC channel. Okay, so I will just write ABC channel over here, and once I'm done, okay, what I can do is I can just click here outside. Okay, and I will just click on this option, and if I do want to decrease the size, I can actually decrease the size quite like this. Okay, so I'll just decrease the size quite like this. If you want me to select all of this text, I will just select the text, go to this basic text option, select the text color, and from here I will just go with this particular color, and I will just click over here. And now what I can do is let's go to this option, and now let's try to put this one here in alignment. Let's take only this one and let's try to move it up right over here. Okay, so I will just move this thing up right over here, and let's decrease the size quite like this, and let me just place this over here as well. Okay, so I'll just place this thing over here as well. Okay, so this is how it's going to look like. Okay, your YouTube thumbnail. So this is the thumbnail which I do have created right now. Okay, and over here if you want to show rulers, you guys can actually show rulers while working. If you want to show margins, you guys can do that. And also over here you will be able to see the print blends. Okay, so this is the one which I have just created right now for my video. And once you're done, what you can do is you guys can come here and click on to save option. Okay, so here this particular thumbnail over here is basically saved. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have this thumbnail right over here. So I hope to see you all in the next class where we'll be learning more about this CapCut. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of CapCut Semi-Advanced Tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 11, and here we'll be making a YouTube video in CapCut. Okay, so in last class I have showed you guys how you can actually create the thumbnail. So I'll be creating the same video, the thumbnail which I created. Okay, so let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here, as you guys can see, now I am over here in the workspace, and here this was the thumbnail which we created in our last class, as you guys can see right over here. Okay, so we will be making a simple video, and what I'm going to do now is I am going to just cancel this thing out over here, and I am going to actually adjust the size of the videos. Okay, so I can just come over here, maybe go with 5, or let's go with 5 seconds. Okay, so let's come here, let's make it a total of 10 seconds video. So let's come here and let's just bring it down. Okay, so let's go with 10 seconds. Okay, so let's come here, let's just adjust it. Okay, so I will just come here and I'll adjust this one. Let's come to this option and let's just decrease the size, maybe around 15 seconds. Okay, so I will just put the total time as 15 seconds over here. Okay, so let me come here, and lastly I am going to decrease the size of the total footage to something around 20 seconds. Okay, so let's take 20 seconds and 2 frames. Okay, so if you come here you guys can see it's 20 seconds and 2 frames. Now again, shift and Z to fit into the timeline, otherwise you can do it from here as well. Okay, so now let's start with this one over here first. Okay, if you do want to give any kind of effects and stuff, you guys can come here and you guys can basically put on different effects or different kind of filters over here. Okay, so you guys can check all of these filters. Okay, so this is how it will look, and this is the filter over here, and this is how this one looks. Okay, so now let's try to give some colors to it. Okay, so here you guys can see this one looks good. Okay, so what I can do is I can come here and I can just add this one over here. Okay, I have just added the filter. Let's come to this one. Okay, let's try to see what kind of filter can I give. Okay, otherwise let's select this one and let's take this one and put out this particular filter. Okay, if you do want to work with the filter, you guys can come here and click here on the top, and basically you guys will be able to select the strength of the filter from the basic option in the properties panel. Okay, so now let's come to this third one. Okay, and over here also what you can do is you guys can come here and check different kind of filters. Okay, so let's search for this one. Okay, and let's take this, let's check this one. Okay, let's see this one over here. Let's check, let's take this one is itself. Okay, so I'll just take this one, drag and drop this particular filter over here. Okay, and lastly come to this frame and let's see what kind of effect can I give over here. Okay, so over here you guys can see there are different type of filters. So I can come here, maybe this one, I can bring this one and drop it right over here. Okay, so this one I will just come again with my playhead, and what I can do is I can just decrease the strength. Okay, maybe I will just decrease the strength by 80%. Okay, so now this part is also done. And suppose if you want to put on some vignette, okay, in that case I will come to my adjustment panel, take one adjustment layer, and what I'm going to do now is I'm going to just increase this thing over here. Okay, let's select this panel, let's increase this one, and what you're going to do is you're going to come here and you are going to actually add some vignette. Okay, so like this, let's come here, let's see how it actually looks. Okay, over here as well, a bit dark on the sides. Okay, so that one looks good. Okay, so I will just put things quite like that, and again I will come here and go to my text box option. Okay, so once I'm over here I will go to my text box option, click on default text. Okay, and now from here what I can do is I can add different text boxes. Okay, so first one here I will work with this particular text box, and now what I'm going to do is I am going to place this one accordingly. Okay, like till where I do want to place this, or what text do I want to put. Okay, so I will be able to do that from here. Okay, so now let's start with from the properties panel. Okay, so over here now I will just play my playhead over here on top. Okay, so now I will come here and what I'll do is I will double click, I will go backspace, and I'll just type one dot, and I will type Parky Beach. Okay, so I will just write Parky Beach, and again what I'll do is I will just change the font. Okay, so if I do want to use this particular font, what I can do is I can just increase the size, and I want to just put this thing here on top. Okay, so I will just place it here on top. Let's go to the color option, and from here what you can do is you guys can just paste any of these colors. Okay, so you guys can just place it right over here. Again, click and take one default text box, come to this video, and again just increase the size. And what you can do is, suppose I will just click on copy, I will come here, and over here I will click on backspace, I will just give control V over here, otherwise I can just manually type as well. Okay, so let's come here. Let's go to this option. I will type 2 and I will write Alakoda Beach. Okay, so I will just write Alakoda Beach over here. Okay, so now I will just change the font. Okay, so let's come here. Let's take this one itself. Okay, which I have also chose in my last text box. Okay, so I will just come here and I will also change up the color. Okay, so come here, go with some dark color. Okay, so let's come to this option. Let's put this dark color. And now if you want to give some gap between these letters, you guys can also do that. Okay, so here you guys can see. Now I will come here and what I can also do is click on default text, come here and now place this thing right over here. Okay, so just place it quite over here. And what you can do is you guys can go backspace. And third, what you can do is I will just write White Haven Beach. Okay, so I will just write White Haven Beach. Okay, so I'll just type this thing out. And if you want me to decrease my font size, I can basically decrease the font size quite like this. Okay, so if you want me to come right over here and place it down, I can actually do that. And let's change the font type. Okay, so this font type looks good. Let's just increase the size accordingly. And what I'm going to do is I am just going to place it right over here and give this one a black color as well. So come down to the color option, give this one a black color. Come to this particular place, default text box. Okay, so I will just add up another text box over here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to place this thing accordingly as well. Okay, so let's keep it right over here. Let's go on top. And over here, let's click on backspace. Let's write 4 and I'll just give up a space. And what I'm going to do is I will just write Beverly Beach. Okay, so I will just type Beverly Beach. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to come and take the same font which I took before. I will just increase the size of this letter, go to color option, and from here maybe choose this particular color. Okay, so now I want to also add keyframes. Okay, so before adding keyframes, let me just put all of this thing here in the exact position where I want to place it. Let's come here, let's try to put this thing here in the center. And yeah, this kind of looks good. So the next thing what I'll do is I'll just come over here and now I will just go to this text box and now take my playhead, and here you guys can see it's just snapping on over into the first point. Okay, so now from here go to the properties panel. From the properties panel, come down and use keyframes. Okay, so I can just use this particular keyframes. Okay, so I will just on keyframe, and what I'll do is I'll just decrease the opacity. Come to this particular point, and over here you guys can increase the opacity again. And what I'll do now is I'll just come over here, and from here what I'll be able to do is I will just put another keyframe, and lastly on to this particular place I will just decrease the keyframe to 0 again. Okay, so here I will show you how it will appear. Okay, so this is how it will appear, and let's come at the starting of this one. Okay, let's select this, and instead of this one what I can do is I can just change on the position. Okay, so if I click on this keyframe, and what I can do is I will just come here and I will just take this thing here on top. Okay, so I will just take this thing over here on top, and after just some time what I want is I want to bring this thing exactly down. Okay, so I will just bring it down right over here. Okay, and again what you can do is come to this particular position and now add up a keyframe, and now last I will just come over onto this position, and from here now again I will just make it disappear. Okay, so let's come over here, let's come to this point, and let's come to this last point over here. Okay, so now it will just disappear quite like this. Okay, so if you want to bring it over here, okay, if you do want to increase the size a little bit, you guys can come here and go to this frame, and what you can do is you can just move it on top. Okay, so now over here again, I do have this positioning option, so I will just put this thing over here on top. Okay, so let's take this one, and from here let's just move it over here on top again. Okay, so now if you want to see a preview, let's come here, let's just play this thing up, and it will disappear accordingly. Okay, so yeah, I hope you guys have understood how you'll be able to make this animation over here as well. Okay, so let's come here, let's just put it quite like this. Okay, so now again I will just come here and I will use the scaling option. Okay, so first it will appear quite like this, and now I will just on the scaling. Okay, so I will just on this particular keyframe, and now I will just take it to 1, and from here after some time what will happen is when we come to this particular place, you will just scale this thing up again. Okay, so you will just scale this thing up quite like this. Okay, and what I'm going to do now is I'm going to come here at this same position, add a keyframe, and what you'll do is maybe just move this one a little bit over here, and also come to this position, and over here I will just scale it to 0 again. Okay, so now let's see how it actually look. Okay, let's take my playhead, let's play it up, and this is how it will come, and this is how it will go back. Okay, so now again I will just come to this position over here, let's select this text box, and what you can apply is you guys can come here and you guys can actually apply some glow. Okay, so if I just select this glow option, and if I do want some other color glow, okay, I can basically take that. Okay, so if you want to take some glow quite like this, let's take this glow, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to come here and I am going to put on the intensity of the glow. So I will just add a keyframe right over here, and I'll just keep the intensity at 0. Okay, like, or 10% is the least. Okay, and now after coming to this particular point, what I can do is I can just increase the intensity by 100%. Okay, so now again I will come over here, and after that what I'll do is I will come to this particular position, and from here now I will again put another keyframe. Okay, so let's put another keyframe, and at last, okay, once I come over here, this is how it should appear. Okay, so let's come to this point. Okay, and now I will just decrease the intensity to 0, and over here at the ending I don't have any of this right over here. Let's try to see a preview. Okay, so here this one have a audio. So here you guys can see I do have this animation over here and this animation over here as well, and the intensity will decrease. Okay, so this was about it, and if you want to come over here, select any of this, you guys can come here, and maybe if you want to change the opacity, come here, select this text box, go to the opacity option. Suppose just come here at the starting, add this one. Okay, and now come here at this particular part, and what you can do is you guys can uh, come here, let's say come to this particular point and add up this keyframe, and again what you can do is come to this point, and over here you guys can just like decrease the opacity. Let's come to this particular point, let's decrease the opacity, and now over here, okay, so I will just come to this particular point, and over here I am going to give another keyframe. Okay, so now what I'll do is come to this particular part, and from here add another one. Let's come to this point, and over here you guys can just change the opacity. Okay, so now let's see the preview. Okay, so if you want to basically see the preview, you guys can come here and check the preview as well. Okay, so now I will just move this thing. Okay, so let's come here. Let's just decrease the size. Let's place it over here onto the frame. And what you can do is you guys can come here and just move this thing quite over here. Okay, so now if you want to move this thing, you guys can see how it actually works. So now over here, what I'll do is I will just go again back to my default layout. Okay, so I'll just change the workspace and this is how it will appear and this is how it will move out. Okay, so this is how it will move out. So this one looks good. Okay, so I'm well satisfied with this particular part. And as we are making YouTube video, if you want to put on some YouTube icons and stuff, in that case, you guys can go to import and from here, let's go to desktop option. Let's go to my resource file. And from here, basically you do have all of these PNGs. Okay. So with control, I will select both of this and I'll just open this thing up. Okay. So first let's put this one. Let's try to put this thing right over here. Let's take this PNG file and what I can do is I can just increase the PNG file throughout. Okay, and I will just decrease the size quite a little bit. Okay, so over here in all of this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to come right over here in one corner and I can just place this thing up quite like this. Okay, so if you just come here and let's say I will just check this one out as well, and now this over here, this doesn't look that great. So in that case, what I can do is I can come here, select this layer, and I can just give this one a cut. Okay, Control B. Okay, so now here you guys can see I do have given a cut. And now I will just come to this particular point, select this box, and again Control B. Okay, because now when I come over here, this one also looks good. But when I'm over here now, my YouTube icon is underneath my text box. Okay, so in that case, now I want to put this YouTube icon here on top. Okay, so for that, I'll come here. And what I can do is I will just change the positioning quite like this. Okay, so I'll just change the positioning of only this particular place. Okay, so now if you just play this thing up, okay, you guys can see in this video, the YouTube icon is over here. Okay, and this video, the YouTube icon is again in the same place. But here in this video, you guys can see the YouTube icon is there on the top. Okay, but here again, you do have the YouTube icon here in this particular side as well. Okay, so now I do have applied these things right over here as well. And if you want to add this subscribe option as well, what you can do is you guys can come here and take this particular PNG. Okay, and the same way, what you're going to do is you're going to come over here and now I will just give this one up a cut. Okay, select this one, Control B, and again come to this position and Control B again. So now I do have this thing here in 3 parts. Okay, so I will just try to manage all of these parts individually. Okay, so I can come here and I can just place this quite like this. Okay, if you do want to decrease the size, you guys can come here and you guys can just decrease the size quite like this. Okay, if you do want to bring it here on top a little bit, you guys can just bring this thing here on top a little bit as well. Okay, so now I will just come here into this part of the video. Okay, so over here again, I will just select this one and now I will just put this thing here in top this particular side. Okay, I'll just put this thing on here on top. So again, I will just come to this part and I will just decrease the size. And what I'll do is I will just put this thing here in one corner. Okay, so you guys can just put this thing here in one corner. Let's see how it actually looks. Okay, so this one over here and this one over here. Okay, so yeah, you guys can see this video is basically ready. And if you want to put out any kind of animation and all, you guys can basically put out animation over here as well. Okay, go to animation and select this particular options. Okay, so you guys can select this fade in and over here you guys can select the fade out. Okay, so now come here and again do the same thing, fade in, and over here you guys select the fade out. Come here, select fade in, and lastly select the fade out option. Okay, so the same way come to this one, but now instead of fade out, what we'll do is we'll come here, and from here we will use the shake option and go to the out page over here, and now you guys can just select zooming out. Okay, so let's select the zoom out option. Come here and select the same thing, rotation, and let's go to in option, shake, and out option you already do have over here. So lastly come to this option. Okay, so now you guys can just select this rotation, and again now go to out option, and over here you guys can just click on slide left. Okay, so you guys can click here on the slide left option. So again, now let's see the preview of this whole video. Okay, so now let's just play this thing. Okay, so now over here you guys will be able to see how it actually worked. Okay, so here also you guys can see how it actually works, and let's just come here and let's just place things around. Okay, so if you come here and if I just place this one looks great as well. Okay, so now if you want to come here and if you want to detach this audio, come here, go to this particular option and click on extract audio. So I'll come here and I am going to delete this audio, as I'm going to put some other kind of audios over here as well. Okay, so now for that I will just go to my audio file, and from here I will just write chillin. Okay, and I'll just click on enter. Let's see what all musics do pop up over here. Let's just download this thing up. Okay, and let's listen to all of this and let's check which one is appropriate for this particular YouTube video. Okay, so now let's just play this thing. So let's take this one, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to place it right over here. Okay, so now if you want to add some fade in and stuff, okay, you guys can also do that. Let's click on Shift and Z to fit it here in the timeline. Let's come here to the down part and let's just trim it over here. Okay, so now let's place it quite like this, trim it accordingly. Okay, and again Shift Z to fit it here in the timeline. Okay, so now if you want to fade in and out, here you guys can come and you guys can add 0.5 seconds fade in and a 0.5 seconds fade out. So now let's just play this thing. So yeah, I hope you guys have understood this class on how you'll be able to make a YouTube video over here. Okay, so now we are done with all of these things as well. Okay, so lastly what you can do is you guys can come here and export it. Okay, so here you will be exporting both of this first timeline video as well, or this particular cover and also the video. Okay, so I'll just go to export, and over here as you guys can see I can just change the name. Okay, so I'll come here and I will type YouTube video. Okay, so I will just type YouTube video and I can select the destination where it will be saved. Okay, go to desktop and let's go to my resource file, and from here let's select this video folder, and you guys can just select folder and click on export. Okay, so I'll show you guys after it's being exported. So now over here this particular file is being exported. Let's just cancel this thing. Let's go to my PC from here and let's go to my desktop, and from here my resource file. So I had selected the video panel. Let's come to this video panel, and over here I do have my YouTube video. Okay, so this is the video and this is the thumbnail of the video. Okay, so if you guys look at this particular thumbnail, okay, so this is the thumbnail for my video and I do have created this particular video. Okay, so let's see. this video right over here. So this was the 20 seconds YouTube video which I do have created just now. Okay, so yeah, I hope you guys have understood this class on how you'll be able to work on Capcut to create some stunning YouTube videos for yourself. Okay, so I hope to see you all in the next chapter where we'll be learning more about all of these YouTube videos, and also I'll be telling you guys how you can actually make a YouTube short. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone and welcome you all to another chapter of Capcut semi-advanced tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 12 where we'll be making a YouTube short in Capcut. Okay, so we'll be learning how you can actually make a YouTube short over here. So let's not waste time. Let's get started. So over here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the Capcut. So now from here, I will create up a new project. And now let me import some videos, okay? So the videos which I want to import is basically over here in my resource file. Let's take these 3 videos which I do have over here. Let's take this one and let's click on Shift to select all of these 3 together. So now I will just open this thing up. And over here, what I can do is I can just place all of these footages right over here. Okay, so I'll just choose this one up as well. And I'm going to put this thing over here as well. Okay, so now what I can do is I can just come here. And from here, I can just decrease the timing to maybe around 5 seconds. Okay, so if this footage is around 5 seconds, I'll put this around 5 seconds and let's check this one. Okay, so let's just put it exactly around 10 seconds. Okay, and lastly, I will come over here and I will just decrease this to exactly 15 seconds mark. Okay, so I will come here and I will just put this one as a 15 seconds mark. Let's put it right over here. And what you want to do is, as you're creating a short, you want to actually select the ratio. Okay, so I will just take this particular ratio which is 9:16. Okay, so I'll come here and I will just take out this ratio, and what I'll do is I will just increase the size of the footage. Okay, so let's come here, let's just play this thing up, and what I can do is I can come here and I can just place this frame all around. Okay, so I can basically place this frame around over here. If you want me to increase the size, you guys can basically increase the size from here as well. Okay, so this is how you guys can put on the first one. Let's come to this one again, and what you can do is you guys can actually increase the size. Okay, so come here, let's just increase the size quite like this, and again come to this video, select this one and adjust the size from here as well. Okay, so come here, let's just play this thing up. Okay, so if you want to just zoom out, here you guys can see this is how it will basically look. Okay, so now I do have all of these footages here onto this particular place. And now again, what I'll do is I will just zoom in a little bit. Okay, so I'll just zoom in right over here. And now I am going to come over here into the first one. Okay, so to give this one a cinematic view, what I'm going to do is I am going to come here onto the effects. Okay, so from here I can actually select different kind of effects. Okay, so over here you guys can see these are few of the effects which you can basically use, and here also you guys can see these are few of the effects which you can actually use. Let's take this one and let's put out this effect right over here. Okay, and let's choose up the starting point. Okay, so I just want it to start over here and end this right over here as well. Okay, so like this, let's just play it up and let's just check this one. Okay, so this is how you guys can actually put up your video. Okay, so now what you'll do is come over here into this video And now over here, you guys can actually see that how it will look. Okay, so I will come here and now I am going to put this one right over here as well. Let's just decrease the timing. Okay, so if you want to decrease the timing, you guys can. And if you want to change the atmosphere, you guys can actually change the atmosphere from here as well. So now let's play this thing, and this is how it will actually appear, and this is how it will just go or fade out. So lastly, come to this one, and what you can do is just download all of these things over here as well. Okay, so let's select this one and let's just download this part over here as well. And now let's select this one right over here. Okay, so you guys can see I can just bring this thing up from here and just place it over here again. Okay, so now again I will just decrease the timing of this particular effect. Okay, and what I can do is I can just place this thing right over here. Okay, so I can just place this thing. Let's play this up, and this is how it will appear. Okay, so here this is how the video will look like. Okay, so here you guys can see now I do have this video, and over here what I'm going to do is I am going to come here and let's go with this one. Okay, and over here again what I'll do is I will just go here and take a text box. Okay, so let's come here, and what you can do is just put up your text box over here on top. And what I'm going to do is I am going to come here and decrease the text box size accordingly. Okay, so over here, if I just double click onto this spatial option part, okay, so here you guys can see this one looks quite good. Okay, so come over here again, and now what you can actually do is come to this particular part, and over here you guys can actually change the text. Okay, so now over here what you can do is you guys can come here and you guys can write your text. Okay, so I will just type passion. Okay, so I will just write passion over here, and what I'm going to do is I am going to change the font. Okay, so if I come here, if I just change the font, okay, so I will just place it right over here. Okay, so let's place it somewhere over here, and now let's just change the color. Okay, so let's come here, let's go with a different color. Okay, so if you are going with black color, you guys can come here and you guys can basically put it quite like this. Okay, so over here you guys can place it like this. And what you can also do is you guys can just add some animation to it. Okay, so if you want to do that, if you want to work with the keyframes, what you can do is you guys can come here on this one and just decrease this thing. And once you come over here in this particular part, okay, what you'll do is you guys can just increase this thing to quite like this. Okay, so now put this one right over here, keep this thing, place it right over here, and again add another keyframe. And lastly, when you come to this last position, what you can do is you guys can just scale it down. Okay, so you guys can basically scale it down quite over here as well. Okay, so this is how it will disappear. Okay, so you guys can see this is how it will appear and this is how it will disappear over here. Okay, if you want to work with the colors, okay, so you guys can come here and work with the color as well. Okay, suppose you want to come here, otherwise select different kind of text type. Okay, so let's come here, let's place my playhead, and here you guys can select different kind of text boxes. Okay, so here you guys can see, okay, and if you just come down, different kind of presets. Okay, so a lot of presets. If you want to uh, check all this out, you guys can check all of this out over here as well. Okay, so you guys can come here and you guys can just place these things properly. Okay, so if you come here, let's place this one. This is the red one right over here. And if you want to take any of it, you guys can actually take any of this from here as well. Okay, if you don't want to put none, you guys can come here and select on the none option. Okay, so now just come here on top again and select a dark black color. Okay, and I'll just place it right over here. Again, click on default text. Okay, so come here, and what you can do is you guys can just select this one. Check where do you have just adjusted this one. Okay, so come here, and from here till here. Okay, so I will just put my text box from here till here. Let's come to the first place, and from here what you can write is dedication. Okay, so I will just write dedication. And what I can do now is I can just come here and I can just increase the size. And also the same way I can actually place it over here accordingly. So now let's place it over here. Let's take this text, and what you can do is you guys can just place it right over here. Okay, so now once you just place this thing quite over here, now I want it to appear in a different way. Okay, so for that, what I can actually do is if you want to put on anything quite like this, okay, if you want to put all of these things, you guys can also do that. I will just cancel, and if you do want to put on some effects over here, you guys can basically put on some effects over here as well. Okay, so you guys can select this one. Let's go to animation. Okay, so from animation, you guys can see there are a lot of options. Okay, so from which you guys can actually choose. Okay, so you guys can come here and check those out. Okay, so let's take this one and let's select this one over here. Okay, so it will just end quite like this. So this is how you guys can actually do your work over here as well. Let's come to this position, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to add up text box. Okay, so now I will come here, and if you want to come to this position from here till here. Okay, so I will just put my text box over here. Now let's place my playhead, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to double click, and from here now let's go to basic first, and let's go to this text box, and now I will just write discipline. Okay, so I will just write discipline, and let's change the font type. Let's come here and let's select this fervent. Okay, so come here and just increase the size of this thing from here as well. Okay, so now just place it over here. If you do want to change the color, you guys can come here and change the color over here as well. Otherwise, you guys can just keep this thing here on top, and instead of a black color, you guys can go with some thing like white. Okay, so you guys can select this one. Otherwise, if you want to give some effects, okay, you guys can come here, go to the effects, and from here you guys can actually give all of these options. Okay, so you guys can come here, maybe give this art. Okay, so check this one. Okay, so check all of these things right over here, and from here basically what you can also do is you guys can actually choose from all of it. Okay, so if you come here, you guys can see that you do have all of these options over here as well. So now just select any one. Okay, if you come here, go to basic, let's change the color to black. Okay, so here you guys can just put this one, and what you can do is just come here, select this text, and maybe you guys select this and put this thing here on top a little bit. Now just select this box, and what you can do is you guys can just decrease this one over here, and this particular frame of video I will just put it over here on top a little bit. Okay, so now this one looks good. Okay, so now if you want to add some animation to it, you guys can come here and you guys can go to effects, or you guys can go directly to animation, and you'll be able to animate from here as well. Okay, suppose I will just use over here the keyframes. Okay, so for that, let's go to basic, and from here I will just use this positioning one. Okay, so I will just add up a keyframe, and what I'll do is I am going to bring this thing down over here, and now once I will just move this thing up. Okay, so let's just move this thing up over here. Let's take this particular text box. Okay, and just move this thing over here on top. Okay, so come here And if you do want to zoom out a little bit, come here and just place this thing right over here in the center. Okay, so now place this thing and place it over here in this particular place. Okay, so now place it right over here, and I have added a keyframe. Let's place it over here again, add another keyframe, and lastly just come here at the last and just place it underneath. Okay, so you guys can come here and maybe place it underneath from here as well. So now over here, if you do want to increase the size, okay, you guys can come here and basically you guys will be able to increase the size. Let's move out these keyframes accordingly. If you want to increase the size of the keyframes or the total video from here as well, I will show you how you can actually do that. Come here, go to this special text option. Let's place it over here onto the same line. Okay, so I'll just place it right over here. Okay, so now let's just play this whole thing out. Let's move my playhead. Let's just zoom in a little bit. Okay, so let's come here and let's zoom this thing out. And let's just play this thing around. So here you guys can see how it actually looks. Okay, and now over here you guys can see now I do have that motion. And here again you guys will also be able to see that I do have this option. Okay, so let's come here. And if you do want to decrease the size, you guys can come here and you guys will be able to decrease the size from here as well. Okay, so come here, let's put it. And after that, what you can do is you guys can come here. Okay, so if you do want to delete this one, you guys can come here and click on delete option. Okay, so now I will come here and check this particular frame. And after that, what happens is it will just slowly go down. Okay, but I don't want it to, so I will just come here. I will just delete this keyframe from here as well. I will click on delete, and lastly what I can do is I will just change its opacity. So let's come here, let's place it, and now over to this particular place, what I'll do is I will come right over here, and again now let's go to the blend option. From here I will just give 100% opacity. Okay, so I will just give 100% opacity over here. And lastly, okay, in this place, what I'll do is I will just decrease the opacity to 0. Okay, so now I do have this keyframe over here as well. Let's play this thing. Okay, so as you guys can see, this is how it actually looks. Okay, so now here you guys can see the effects and the text animation. And over here, this is how it will appear and this is how it will go out. Okay, so this is the 15 seconds YouTube short which I do have prepared. Shift Z. Okay, now I'll be able to view all of these things properly. So now once you are done with this particular part, what I'm going to do is I am going to go to my media. Okay, so from my media, what I'll do is I will go to import, and from here I want to actually import this particular short image. Okay, so I will just click on open, and this one I do have applied. Okay, so what I can do now is I can just place this one maybe from here till last. I will just place this thing up, and what I can do is suppose I want to keep this thing. Okay, so for that I will come here, come to this particular point, click on Control B for a split. Okay, so I will just split it right over here, come to this position and click on Control B for another split. Let's try to arrange it individually. Okay, so I'll come here, and over here what I'll do is I'll just keep the short option right over here in one side. Okay, so I'll come here and I'll just place it here in one side, and the same way. So now over here, actually I have did the sizing over here. Okay, and now I will come to this next one, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this thing, decrease the size, and I'm going to put this thing here in this particular corner. Okay, and after that come to this, and what you can do is just take this one and maybe just put it right over here in one side. Okay, if you do want to decrease the size, you guys can come here and decrease the size accordingly. Okay, so now what I can do is if I do want to put on some animation, I can come here and I can just put on some animation over here as well. Okay, so keyframes over here, keyframes over here. Let's put on some animation onto all of this. Let's come to the first one and let's check the in and out. Okay, go to animation, and for in I will just fade in, and for out I will just select this rotation one. Okay, so just come to this part again, go to in option, select shake, and lastly come over here, go to out and select zoom in. Okay, so you guys can just select zoom in, come to this option, let's select rotation, and now let's come here into the in point, let's select zoom. Okay, so over here let's just play this thing up now. Okay, so let's play this thing over here. Okay, and now it will just change it to another video, as you guys can see, and it will disappear as well. Okay, and it will come quite like this, and lastly it will disappear quite like this over here as well. Okay, so now I do have the video, and if you want to put any kind of adjustment layer on top, I will go to adjustment, click on custom adjustment, and from here I will just increase the size. Okay, and now if you want me to give up any cut, okay, I can come here and I can come to this point and click on Control B. Okay, and come to this point over here with your playhead and give another Control B or a split over here. Come to the first one, and from here what you guys can actually do is you guys can come here and put up an adjustment layer. Okay, so for that I will just only add some vignette over here to give it a cinematic look. Okay, so I can come here, and now what I can do is from this point I will just select a keyframe, and now what you can do is you guys can just fade this thing out. Okay, so you guys can just put it around 30. Okay, and once this one is basically done, okay, so here now I will just come here and just, let's say, I will try to put this thing right over here, and at this point what I'll do is I will just go for 0. Okay, so I will have 0 over here, and till this much let's give it a 30. Okay, so let's come here and let's select 30. Okay, so I will just come here and I'll just give 30. Okay, so here I do have adjusted. So now let's say it will come over here and it will go dark quite like this, and then it will come here and change it to this part. And now what I can do is come to this adjustment layer, and what you can do is before it will be quite like this. Okay, so now I will just add this one, and over here now once I come to this position, what I can do is I can just bring it to 0 back again. Okay, so let's come here and let's just play it up, and it will appear quite like this. Okay, so come here, and what you can do is at this particular point, okay, it will just stop at this particular point, and now it will come here and it will just end over here. Okay, so from here again what you can do is just select this particular part. Okay, so this particular part, what you can do is you can just add some vignette over here. Okay, so I will just click from here, and now what you can do is you guys can come here to this point, and maybe you guys can actually change it. Okay, so you guys can come here and you guys can just change it to 30. Okay, so now I will come here and let's just play this thing up again. So over here now you guys will be able to see the change. Okay, so here you guys can see, and now also you will be able to see the changes, and over here you guys will be able to see it will slowly turn into black. Okay, so this was about it. Okay, I hope you guys have understood this simple thing right over here. Okay, so once you're done, if you want to add some transitions, okay, you guys can add some small transitions over here. Okay, you guys can use this mix one. Okay, otherwise if you guys click onto this, let's place it right over here in the center. I'll click on OK, and from here I will choose the duration, And now I will just place this one over here as well. Okay, so now once I am done, let's just play this thing up. Okay, and here now again you guys can see it will just come quite like this, and again it will just disappear, or let's just delete this transition because that one doesn't look that great. Let's select this fade one. Okay, come here and just select this fade option. Okay, so let's play it, and here this transition looks better. Okay, so now as I do have this transition over here as well, lastly, what I'm going to do is I'm going to select an audio. Okay, and from here I will just write sport or athlete. Let's write athlete. Okay, and I'll just click on enter. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have a lot of musics which I need to download. So let me download all this first, and let's hear uh, which is the one we are going to use. Okay, so now let's just play this thing. So let's take this audio, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to place it right over here. Okay, so let's just trim this one a little bit. Click on zoom to fit timeline. I will come here and I'll just try to zoom to fit here in the timeline. Let's bring it quite over here, and again let's just place it here in the same spot. Let's add a 0.5 seconds fade in. Okay, and over here let's add 1 seconds. Okay, instead of 0.1, let's come here and let's put it 1 seconds over here as well. So now let's click on shift and Z to fit it over here in the timeline. Now let's see the total preview. So yeah, I hope you guys have understood this class on how you will be able to use CapCut to make a YouTube short. So lastly, what you need to do is you need to come here and export. Let's just save this one's title as YouTube short. Okay, so I'll just name this one as YouTube short. And from here, let's go to export to, and let's go to desktop. Let's go to content, or let's go back again. Okay, let's come here. Let's go to my resource file. Let's select this videos folder, and I will just export this thing out. So yeah, I hope you guys have understood this class on how you'll be able to make a stunning YouTube short in CapCut. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of CapCut semi-advanced tutorial. Okay, so here in this class, we'll be learning how you can make a Facebook video in CapCut. Okay, so we'll be learning in detail how you can use some free screen. Okay, and also how you will be able to reverse a clip, and also how you can give this thing cinematic view. So we'll be learning about all of that here in this particular chapter. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the CapCut. So from here, let's open up a new project, and from here, let's go to import. And now what I'm going to do is I am going to come down over here, and I'm going to take out my videos. Okay, so I will be taking all of these 3 videos. So I may not use all of it, but I'll just open this thing up, and let's say I will take this video. Okay, so now let's just put this thing over here into my timeline. And what I can do is the first thing, I will just change up the ratio. Okay, so if I do want a ratio of this, okay, or if I do want a ratio which is 3/4, okay, I can actually do all of this from here as well. Okay, so now you guys can come here and you guys can actually join up this frame. Okay, so now as you guys can see, let's just play this thing up. And now from here, what I can basically do is let it jump, and with him the frame should also basically move. Okay, like if you want to place it right over here, and what you can do is you can just move out the frame. Okay, so first over here, let's click on to position, and now let's come over here, and from here, what you can do is let's come till here, and now I will just change up the position from here as well. Okay, so if you want to change up the y-axis from here, let's come to this corner and let's end it quite here. Okay, so I do have added that particular frame. Let's play this thing up, and here you guys can see this is how he will be landing. Okay, so this is the total frame right over here. Okay, and at this point, I will come here, and what I'm going to do is, as I have already added keyframes, okay, I can add some other things. Okay, so now once you come here and to this particular part, what I'm going to do is I am going to give it a split. Okay, so using Control B, I will give this one a split, and now I will just select this particular part. Okay, so this particular part over here, and again I will just use Control B to give it a cut. Okay, so as I do have this particular part right over here, okay, so let's say I will just give this particular part a cut quite like this, and this is how it will basically end at last. Okay, so now from here, what you can actually do is you can just click on copy from here, and now I will just come here on top and I'll just paste this thing right over here. And what you can do is you can just place the same thing right over here. Let's see how it actually looks. Okay, and here you guys can see this is how it actually looks. And again, from here, what you can do is right click and you can just reverse this video. Otherwise, there is also this reverse action. You can just reverse this one. Otherwise, the most simple way, go to edit, right click and click on reverse. Okay, so here you guys can see they're just reversing the clip of mine. Okay, so if I just play here, you guys can see, and it will just drop like this. Okay, so now I do have this particular part. If you do want to decrease the part from here, suppose let's come to this position, let's play this, and over here if you want to add, okay, and if you want to slow this down, what you can do is select this one, and from here basically you guys can go to speed, okay, and just increase or decrease the speed. Okay, so if you do want to decrease the speed, you guys can come here and maybe decrease the speed by 70%, let's say. If I come here, and here you guys can see it will just slow down, and from here again what you can do is you guys can just come to this part. Okay, let's just increase the spacing. Okay, so let's come here, let's just increase the spacing quite like this. Let's play it, and over here you guys will again come like this. So what I can do is I can just come here, click on copy, and over here I will again paste this thing up, and let's just keep this same frame right over here. Let's now play it up, and it will come back again, and it will go back right over here again. Okay, so you guys can add this cinematic view right over here. Here you guys can see the slow motion, and it will just fall over here again to this particular side. Okay, let's come here, and what you can do is you guys can just come to this position, and from this position maybe you guys should trim this thing down. Okay, so come here, and now you guys have just put this one right over here and just drop it quite accordingly. Okay, so now let's come to this position. Let's see the difference between frames. Okay, so now over here, okay, and what I can do is I can just decrease the frame, okay, quite like this. Okay, so let's come here and let's see. Let's play this thing up, and it will just land over here. Okay, so it will just land over here. Okay, so let's say it will land kind of like this. Okay, so if you want to go beyond, okay, so you guys can come here and you guys can just come here beyond this. Okay, so if you want to add this particular part, you guys can add this one, and let's say the whole video. Okay, so now you guys will jump, come back, jump again, and land quite like this. Okay, so I hope you guys have understood this part, how you are able to do this thing right over here again. So suppose now what you want to do over here is you want to come to this first frame, and suppose you want to give some animation, okay, over here. So for that, you guys go to adjustment layers, check this custom adjustment layer, place it over here. And if you do want to put out some colors, okay, you guys can actually put on some colors from here as well. Okay, so if you want to use the fade option, otherwise let's select the vignette. So now over here I will just add one keyframe, and lastly I will just come over here. Okay, let's come to this part, and what you can do is you can just add a vignette of 35. Okay, so you can just add these keyframes right over here. So let's take this one, and this thing is basically applied over here. Let's say I will just place it quite like this slow motion, and again it will just land quite over here. Okay, so if you come to this particular position, and if you want to bring this thing down a little bit, you guys can basically bring this thing down a little bit from here as well. Okay, so this is how it will basically look. So now after this one, what I can also do is, suppose if you want to add some different cinematographic effect. Okay, so I'll just come here to the mask, and from the mask option, what I'm going to do is I am going to come here at the starting, and I will take this horizontal mask or this rectangle mask. Okay, so I can come here, let's take the horizontal one. Okay, and from here what you can do is you can just add this one over here. Okay, and if you do also want to add on top, you guys can basically add on top over here as well. Okay, so let's take this mirror one, and what you can do is you guys can come here at the starting. Okay, so starting it will kind of show you like this, and after that slowly what you'll be able to do is you will be able to place it quite over here. Okay, so now take this mirror one and put up a keyframe. Okay, so I'll just put up a keyframe over here, and after you come to this particular position, what you can do is you guys can actually change it. Okay, so if you want to change it, you guys can come here and you guys can actually change it from here. Okay, so let's just go with 0. Let's click on enter. Let's come here and let's just place it up. Okay, so I will just zoom out a little bit. Okay, so I will just come here and I will just place it quite like this as well. Okay, so I will just place it right over here. Okay, so I will just bring it quite like this. Otherwise, let's just place it over here in the center, and now just decrease it quite over here. Okay, so if you do want to zoom in again, come here and select this part, and you guys can zoom in again over here. Okay, so now till here it's fine. Okay, so let's come to this position, and over here what you can actually do is you guys can come here and select this mirror option. Okay, so if you come here and you guys can just select this mirror option from here again, let's select this one, and if you do want to zoom out, you guys can come here and zoom out basically. Okay, so come here, go to this mirror option, and from here what you are going to do is you are going to come to this particular position from here. Okay, and now if you want to add a keyframe, okay, you guys will also be able to add a keyframe over here. Okay, or let it just keep it quite like this, and over here also I will just try to add the same. Okay, go to mirror, and from here now I will just place it quite like this and quite like this over here as well. So now let's just zoom out and now let's try to fix it. Okay, so if you do want to fix this thing, let's come here, let's place it over here in the center and now just increase the size. Okay, so just increase the size from here, and what you can do is just place it and put another keyframe over here as well. Okay, so now come to this position, let's take this video, and over here the same way you guys can actually select this one. Now come here, select this one over here as well, come to this last video, and over here what you can do is you guys can actually select this mirror and just place it over here accordingly. Okay, so I'll come here, place this thing right over here, and now I will just use the keyframe. Okay, so I'll just use this keyframe over here, and lastly when I just go out, I want to end it from here as well. Okay, suppose I will come here, and what I can do is I want to just take out this one. So now let's just see a preview. Okay, let's play this thing, and this is how it will appear, and this is how it will just disappear quite like this. Okay, so now this is how you guys will be able to work with this particular Facebook video. Okay, so come here, just change this line. Okay, so if you want to see it in a full screen, you guys will be able to see it in a full screen from here as well. Okay, so this is how it will appear, and here it will basically end. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to work over here. Let's come to this adjustment panel. If you want to adjust anything else, you guys will also be able to do that. Okay, so I have showed you guys two different ways of how you can actually use this cinematic option over here. Okay, so now let's come to the other parts of the video. Okay, suppose what you can do now is you can just add some audio to it. Okay, so if you want to add some audio, okay, you guys can add some audio to this particular uh, part as well. Otherwise, let's come here. Let's first take a text box, and what you can do is you can just put up the text box quite over here. Okay, so now I want to just put this right over here. Let's just come here and let's place it. And what I can do is I can just take this text box here on top, and now I can just type be the one. Okay, so I'll just come here, backspace, enter, and I'll just write be the. Otherwise, go back. I will just write be the. Let's click enter. I will just write one. So from here, again, what you can do is if you want to align it onto the left, you guys will be able to align it onto the left side as well. Okay, so I do have aligned this one. Now let's select this. And what you can do is you guys can just increase the size. And from here, let's select the font type. Okay, so let's come here. Let's select the font and let's go with energy. Okay, so this one you guys can actually use. If you do want to increase the size, you guys can increase the size from here as well. So maybe select this particular part and change the color of the text as well. Okay, so maybe I will just come here and select the black color. And now what you'll do is you will come to this particular option. If you want to go to effects, you guys can come here and you guys can see there are multiple effects which you can actually use. Okay, so you come here, and from here what you can do is just come to this basic option, and from here select the color. Okay, so if you want to go with black color, you guys can go with black color over here. And now if you want to scale the position, okay, you guys can come here and do that. And if you want to if you want to expand the effects option, you guys can come here, and here you guys can see you do have a lot of these options over to this particular place. Okay, so now if you select this one, otherwise this art one, okay, so that is also looking good. Okay, if you want to decrease the size, you guys can actually decrease the size a little bit from here as well. Okay, so now I'll just place it right over here. And now at the starting, okay, what I want to do is I want to add some keyframe. Okay, so now I will just go with the basic one. Let's come down. Let's go to blend option. From here, let's add a keyframe. Let's select the opacity to 0. And afterwards, once he lands over here, what I want is I want my opacity to be 100. Okay. And now from this part, let's say till here, I will keep the opacity as 100 again. But from here, I want it to disappear to 0. Okay, so I will just take it to 0, and I have just applied this particular thing over here as well. Okay, so now let's just play this thing up. Okay, and here you guys can see the reverse animation. Okay, you guys can put things quite like this. Okay, otherwise there is other ways of how you will be able to work on over here. Is let's just place it. Let's place both of this right over here. And suppose now at this particular point I want to add a freeze frame. Okay, so now I want to add a freezing frame. So let's come to this point, and from here what you can do is you can just add a freezing frame. Okay, so instead of this one, let's come here and let's just add up a freezing frame. Okay, so now over here, as you guys can see, you guys can come here and you guys can just add a free frame. Okay, so come here, and what you can do is you guys can just right click and go to edit and click on freeze frame. Okay, so here you guys can see that you do have decreased the freeze frame size. So from here again, what you'll do is come here, select this one, and now let's check out the freeze frame. Okay, so now I do have added this layer, and over here this is how it will look. Okay, so here you guys can see the movement and the freeze. Okay, so come here if you do want to increase the freeze. Okay, so just increase the freeze quite a bit. And what you can do is come here, and now you guys can just delete this part. Okay, so now come here, let's just play this thing. And now I will just decrease the freeze frame quite like this. Otherwise, let's decrease the freeze frame a little bit more as well. Let's play this thing up. Let's just freeze it and let's play it over here. Okay. So now again, I will come here and I will just come to this particular keyframe and I'll just place this thing accordingly. Let's come and see the preview of this video. And now here also you guys can see this is how you guys can actually work. Okay. And here also what you can do is you can come here, go to the jump, and at this point what you can do is suppose I'll come here, and from here I will just add another text box. Okay, so I'll come here, and once you are done over here, okay, you guys can come to this position, and what you can do is you guys can place this text box. Okay, so I will just write dare to. Okay, dare to. And what I'm going to do is I am going to just go on top a little bit, and from here I am going to select the type of font what I'm going to use. Okay, so I will come here, let's take this fervent, and now I will increase the size, and maybe I will just give this one up a different color. Okay, so come here, and from here now I will just give this thing up a black color, and I'll just place it quite over here. So now if you do want me to add some animation, so again select this text box, go to this basic option, and from here go down to the blend, add a keyframe, go and make it 0, and again move it few frames forward. Okay, and over here you guys can actually select this particular part where I want it to visible totally. So I will place it right over here, come to this position, again add another keyframe, and lastly add 0 to it as well. Okay, so come here, and if you want to add 0, you guys can add that one as well. Okay, Otherwise, if I just come here, okay, maybe I will just come to this particular part. Okay, so now if I just come here, let's just place it over here, and now I will just place this thing over here as well. Let's play this thing, and here you guys can see this is how it will appear. Let's play it, and this is how it will appear, and it will go back and it will appear quite like this. Okay, so the same way, if you want to just increase it, you guys can come here and increase this thing accordingly. So come here, play with these keyframes. Okay, so now let's just play here. So now this one quite looks like this, and this is the one. Okay, so now this part is also basically done. Okay, so now the next thing what you can actually do is if you want to put up any stickers and stuff. Okay, so now I will come here into the sticker option, and from here what I can do is I can just select any sticker, and maybe I will just put it right over here as well. Okay, so maybe I'll just increase the size, and maybe I will just place it right over here. Okay, so maybe I can just place it quite like this. And now if you want it to appear it like a spring, you guys can come here and make it appear quite like this. Okay, so you guys can come here and let's just play this thing up. Okay, so let's just play it. Okay, and now here this is how it should look. So I'll just pause it right over here. Again, I have just placed this one up. Okay, so yeah, I hope you guys have understood how to do that. Lastly, go to audio and just type for motivation. Okay, or I will just write cinematic. So come here, write cinematic and click on enter. Okay, so let's see what all audios do I will get here. Let's just download this thing up, this one and this one as well. Let's play the first one. So let's take this first one itself. Okay, so I'll come here and I'll just place this thing quite over here. And if you do want to trim this audio, you guys can trim it. And now let's zoom to fit it here in the timeline. Let's come here. Let's bring it quite like this. Let's just place it here on top. Bring here, click on Shift and Z. Okay, so this is actually ready. Let's play. So yeah, I hope you guys have understood this class. Lastly, let's export this file. Okay, or instead of exporting or changing the name from here, what I can do is I can come here, just click here on top, click on backspace and type Facebook video. Okay, so you guys can just type Facebook video. Okay, and just save it up. Okay, so if you just click outside, it will automatically save. Go over here, select where you do want to export, come to this particular point, go to desktop, go to the resource file, not the content. Come here, select this videos panel, select folder. So yeah, I hope you guys have understood this class. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello guys, so this is the time for our class project where I'll be showing you guys how you can make a YouTube thumbnail in Capcut. Okay, so first I'll be showing you guys the steps of what are the steps you need to follow over here. And next in Capcut itself, I'll be showing you how you will be able to create up a thumbnail. Okay, so let's not waste time and let's get started. So here, as you guys can see, now I do have the name of the class project as making a YouTube thumbnail in Capcut. So here I also do have a description which says you can create a visually appealing and engaging YouTube thumbnail using Capcut. Experiment with different editing options and designs to make your thumbnail stand out and attract viewers to your video. So now let's go move on to the steps. Step 1, go to your cover panel from the workspace. Step 2, select the new edit option. Step 3, put frames and images in it. Step 4, use text and graphics accordingly. Step 5, place the YouTube logo and the subscribe logo. Step 6, save the file and upload the template in our project panel. So the outcome you will get a nice cover image in CapCut, which can be different in many sizes. So hope you try different shapes and upload a few images and graphics in it. Okay, so now let's move on to CapCut to see how you will do that. So over here, as you guys can see, now I am here in the workspace, and here this is the video in which we worked before. Okay, so from here now I am going to create a thumbnail for this one. Okay, so here I am in a workspace, and from here I will click to edit cover. Okay, so from here basically I will be able to take up any font. Let's come here and let's click on edit. Okay, so I can come here and I can basically edit this one from here. Otherwise, I will just click on cancel. What I can do is I will just come to this particular frame, click on export still frame, and now I will just export it here in my resource file. Okay, come here and select this folder and click on export. Okay, so now I do have exported this one. Let's come to this option. Okay, if you want to select a photo, go to local, and from here what you can do is you guys can actually drag image to this area. Okay, so I will just come here, go to desktop, go to resource file, and from here let's take this image and let's place it up. Okay, so let's just place it right over here. Let's click on to the edit option, and here you guys can see I do have different kind of editing options right over here. Okay, so here you do have different kind of texts as well. Okay, different kind of templates. Okay, so here you guys can actually put on text and stuff over here. Otherwise, you guys can just click on to this option, and if you want to upload any image, you guys can upload. If you don't want to upload, you guys can't upload as well. Okay, so if you want to select any frame from the video, you guys can select from here. Otherwise, I have showed you guys about the local option from here as well. Okay, click on edit, and over here you guys can see I do have different kind of templates. Okay, so from here now I will go to text, and from here let's take a text box. Okay, suppose from here what I'll do is I will just type dream. Okay, so let's select dream over here, and what I'll do is I will just change the font type. Okay, so let's come here and now let's increase the size. Okay, so I will come here and I'll just put it right over here. And again, what you're going to do is you are going to add another text box, and over here what you can do is you can just write something down. Overcoming your fear. I will just write overcoming your fear. Okay, so I'll just type this thing down. And next, what I'm going to do is I'm going to decrease the size. And once I'll just put right over here, I can work on with the alignment. Okay, so if I do want to align it to the left, I can basically align it to the left as well. Okay, so I can just select the kind of shadow I want, the color. Okay, so I can just select from here. Let's take this one, and what you can do is you guys can just place it somewhere over here. Okay, so if you want to align it to the right, you guys can basically align it to the right as well. Okay, so if you just come here, let's just place this thing here on top. Let's bring it right over here in one side. Select this particular box, and what you can do is if you want to crop this one, you guys can actually crop this image as well. Okay, so now let's come to this option, and from here let's go to edit, and again I will just try to do it from the starting. Let's come here and I will just type dream. Okay, so let's try dream, and from here let's change the text type. Okay, so I will come here, I will just place it right over here, and again I will add another text box. Okay, so come here, add another text box. Otherwise, let's just decrease it. Let's come here, let's increase the size. From here let's change it. Okay, so now I will come here, increase the size, and let me just place it right over here. Okay, and what you can do is if you want to add another text box, okay, you guys can come here and add another text box. Okay, so now type overcome, or you can just type overcome your, okay, otherwise in one line, okay, overcome your fear. Okay, so I'll just type this thing down, and if you want to decrease the size, you guys can come here in one part and decrease the size accordingly. Okay, so come here, select this one, and what you can do is you guys can come to this particular point. If you do want to increase the size, you guys can do that, and now come to this point and just give this one up a black color. Okay, and this is how it actually looks. And if you want to give on some effects, you guys can actually use different kind of effects over here as well. Okay, so now if you just select all of this thing together, okay, and if you want to crop this thing down, you guys can do that. Otherwise, here these are few options that how you guys will be able to select this particular template. Okay, so now I have actually done this one, and here you guys can see a lot of options, and this is only the option where you will be able to work with text. You guys can click on complete from here, and here you guys can basically see that you do have this particular cover, okay, using which you will be able to work. So I will come here, I will just cancel this thing out as well. Okay, so here you guys can see this is the cover which I basically use. Okay, so if you want to come over here again, and if you want to try out other templates, okay, you guys will be able to try out other templates from here as well. Okay, so now here you guys can see different options. You guys can come here and just delete this one from here. Okay, so the last thing, how you will be able to save this thing up, is go to export, and from here just give the name as class project 1. Okay, so I'll come here and I'll just name this as class project 1. Okay, and I will just save the file. Let's go to my videos folder, let's select this folder and let's export it. So the exporting is basically done. So I hope you guys have understood this class on how you will be able to make a YouTube thumbnail over here. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone. So now this is the time for our class project, and this is the class project 2 where we'll be making an Instagram reel. Okay. So now first I'll be showing you guys the steps. What are the steps you need to follow over here? And then we'll be learning how you will be able to do that in Capcut. Okay, so I'll be showing you guys all the steps and how to follow that, each and everything in detail. So let's first look at the steps, what all we need to follow over here. So here, as you guys can see, I do have the name of the class project as making an Instagram reel. So here I do have a description which says use CapCut to edit and create videos that you can then upload to Instagram as reel. Be sure to follow Instagram's guidelines and best practices for creating reels to maximize engagement and reach on the platform. Step 1. Open a new project. Step 2. Import few video clips. Step 3. Give the player media a 9:16 ratio. Okay, this one is quite important. Step 4. Put some text and graphics together on the video. Step 5. Give some slow-mo animation for cinematic view. Step 6. Export the file and upload it in our project panel. So the outcome will be creating an Instagram reel using CapCut involves several steps, and the outcome depends on your creativity, editing skills, and the content you include. Overall, the outcome of making an Instagram reel in CapCut is a visually stunning and engaging video that captures the attention of your audience and helps you stand out on the platform. With CapCut's powerful editing features and creative tools, you can create reels that showcase your personality, creativity, and unique style, driving engagement and interaction with your content. So now let's go to CapCut and let's see how you will start your Instagram reel. So over here, now I am here in the new project or the home page. Let's click on new project. So this was the step number one, and step number two is importing some media. Okay, let's go to desktop. Let's go to resource file. And from here, basically, I'll be able to take different kind of videos from here. Okay, so let's take this one and let's just open this up. Okay, so I do have this video, and let's come here, let's put it over here onto my timeline. And what I can do is now I can come over here and go to the ratio and go for a 9:16 ratio. Okay, so you guys can come here and you guys can basically increase the size accordingly. And if you do want to zoom out a little bit, you guys can come here and zoom out a little bit as well. Okay, so now I will come here and I will just give cuts in different places. Okay, so I will come here, and from here now what I'll do is I will just give a cut. Okay, so control B. Okay, so I will just put control B over here, and now what I'll do is I'll come to this position, and from this position what I'll do is I will come here and I will also make this one first. Let's make this total thing as a transition from this place. Okay, so I will just keep this middle part. Okay, so let's bring my playhead. Let's just move this thing around. Okay, so come here onto this position. What you can do is you guys can click on Control B. Let's come few frames forward. Okay, once you're over here, click on Control B, select this middle part and click on delete from your keyboard. Okay, so over here, if you want to apply some slow-mo and stuff, go to speed, and from here you guys can actually decrease the speed. Okay, so you guys can come here and you guys can just decrease the speed. Let's play this thing, and this is how it appears. Here you guys can see now this is again at the same speed, and over here now you guys can see this is how it looks. And now if you just want to fast this one, okay, you guys can come here and you guys can just increase it, the timing from here. Let's play this one up. Okay, and over here you guys can see this is how it looks. Okay, and again when it comes over here, you guys can see this is how it will look. So if you do want to add any transition, come here, go to transition, and from here try to put it right here. Okay, so let's come, let's just play this, and over here you guys can see the transition quite well. Okay, so now again what I'll do is I'll just come to this first part, and from this part what I'll do is I will just come to this position, and from here if you want to add any kind of text, go to text option, go to default text, and what you can do is I can come here and till here what I can do is I can just put on the text box. So now again, I will just zoom to fit in the timeline. Okay, so from here, I will just zoom to fit over here in the timeline. Let's place it right over here. And what you can do is you can just bring this text up. Okay, and come here and change the text. Okay, so write workout. Okay, so I'll just write workout. And now you guys can actually change the font. Okay, so now change the font over here, and what you can do is you guys can actually increase the size quite over here. And again at the starting, what you can do is you guys can just fade this thing out. So for that I will come down, go to the blend option, add a keyframe, and now just decrease it to 0. Come to this point, and what you can do is you can just change the opacity, and over here again at this particular part what will happen is you add another keyframe, and again to this particular point you just increase the opacity or decrease the opacity again. Okay, so this part is basically done. This is how it will work, and yeah, as you guys can see, it will work out over here. And over here again, what I'll do is I will just add another. If you want to increase the size of the text box, you guys can come here. Let's double click on backspace, and now here you guys can type patience. Okay, so I will just type patience, and from here let's go on top a little bit. Let's try to take some other font. Okay, so let's take this font over here. Let's increase the size, and let's keep this thing quite over here as well. So the same way from here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add up keyframes. Let's select this box, and from here let's come down and let's add a keyframe. Let's go 0. Let's come few frames forward, and over here I will just change the opacity to 100%. Come to this position, and now just give another keyframe, and lastly you come here and just keep the opacity to 0. Okay, so now you guys can just place things around quite over here, and if you want to play this thing, you guys can come here and you guys can see this is how you guys can actually add some of these things over here. Okay, and the same way, if you want to add some of the stickers, or you guys can also call graphics, you guys can come here and you guys can just uh, check out from here. Okay, so let's go with workout and let's click on enter. And here you guys can see there are different kind of stickers. Okay, so if you don't want to use from any of it, okay, you guys don't basically have to use it from here. But what you can do is you guys can come here, take this one, and now if you just come here and if you just put this thing here on top, you guys can actually place it here on top as well. Okay, so come here, place it over here, and now if you do want to increase the size, you guys can come here and you guys can basically increase the size. Okay, so you guys can just scale it up. Okay, so if you do want to scale it up, you guys can come here and you guys can basically scale it up from here as well. Okay, so now if you do want to increase the size a bit more, you guys can increase the size a bit more as well. Right click. Okay, so if you do want to copy, you guys can come here, click on copy, and over here you guys can basically paste. Okay, so come here, and the same way what you can also do is you guys can just place it right over here and just place it till this point. And now again what you can do is you guys can just come here and put this icon quite over here as well. Okay, so if you do want to put this thing here in the center, okay, you guys can come here and maybe put this one here in the center. Okay, so also this one is here in the center, and if I want to come here and if I do want to place it exactly somewhere over here, I can actually place this one over here. Otherwise, if you do want me to place it here on top somewhere, you guys can actually place it over here on top. Let's come to the first frame, and over here what you can also do is let's select this one. Let's go with animation. Okay, so here you guys can just bounce in, and for out, let's select the bounce out option. Okay, so the same way, come here. Okay, and you guys can come to this point. Let's select bounce out and over bounce in. Okay, so this is how you guys can make it appear as well. The last thing left is adding an audio. Okay, so I'll just search for workout and I'll just click on enter. Okay, and here you guys can see I do have different audios. Let's just play this thing up. Okay, so now let's hear the first one. So now I will just put this particular audio over here. Let's place it quite like this. And from starting, I will just trim this a little bit. Let's click on Shift and Z to fit it here in the timeline. Let's come here and let's just trim this thing down as well. Okay, so I'll just trim this thing down, place it right over here. And now again, what you can do is if you do want to trim it, you guys can come here and trim it over here as well. So now again, Shift Z to zoom to fit in the timeline. And once this is done, you guys can actually add the fade in and fade out timing. Okay, so come here, select the fade in and the fade out timing, and this is the I'll just come over here, and what I'm going to do is I am going to select this one, and I am going to place it a bit here on the right hand side. Okay, so let's select this one. Let's go to the sticker option, and if you do want to decrease the size a little bit, you guys can come here and you guys can just decrease the size a little bit over here as well. Okay, so now again, let's see the preview. So yeah, this one looks good. Again, what I'll do is I'll just come here, place it right over here. And now let's just bring it here on top. Okay, so now let's see. So yeah, this one looks good. I will come here at this ending point as well and join this part as well. Okay, so last thing is going to export option. And from here, just export this as class project 2 and make sure to upload this project into our project panel. Okay, so I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Okay, keep on practicing all of this. I'll be waiting for you guys to send me your work that I can review that and give you guys some suggestions accordingly. Okay, so I'll just select this folder and I'll export it. See you all. Take care, everyone, and goodbye.